Hi. Where am I? I lost everything. I was chewing on my vitamins. Hello, hi, welcome. I love the winter today is turned up. I did take my vitamins. That's why I ran really quickly because I realized some of my vitamins are not in my room. But I took them. Hi, Turnip. I love you. Hi, Junior. Hi, Coomer. I don't have you guys in light mode. I'm still trying to feel better. So, hi. I just put on lipstick. That's it. Can you tell the difference? Absolutely not. I just don't look as dead. Truly and honestly, that's it. Hi. How is everybody? I'll do your role eventually. Oh, California Dreamin' was playing. I did cue that up first. Repo, bepo, mepo. Everybody was saying different words for it, Junior. So I was like, we're gonna put them all in there. We're gonna put it all. Feel very go get him, so we will do the rolls really quickly. Turnip. Let's see. You're doing good. You got a 17 and a 12. The lowest you got is an 8, which is still really good. Junior. 18, 8, and 1. You're doing good. You are doing totally fine, Junior. I have my water. I have my coffee. My digicam. That's what I need. I'm not going to throw the batteries at it. We're not going to throw batteries at a digital camera. Exactly, you are doing your bestest. Hey, I'm doing my bestest. I have a mixed match outfit on today. I'm not trying to get up to show you guys. I just literally need to fix Chromie. I literally just threw on shorts. Shorts. I almost said shorts. I need to paint my nails today. The, oh really? Quite nice. Smells awful. Because it smells like typical nail polish. Just really strong. Oh, really? I would not let Nikki live that down because she was like, oh yeah, I love, I don't even know if that's how you actually say it, but she was saying like, oh yeah, my aunt used to really like that. I was like, oh, really? Don't ever let me be funny because I'm not. I'm not the funny one of the group. Okay, so my jokes are awful. I'm the dumb one of the group who does stupid stuff or stims. Stop rolling at me, Duracell. These were good batteries too, and I left them in my digicam. Actually, let me activate my science brain. Duracell isn't the best batteries. Actually, I don't know anymore. I should do that test. Energizer used to be the best batteries because those would genuinely last the longest. And how do I know this? Well, let me tell you. My brother did the science fair test of which battery lasts the longest two times. And I did it 2 times after he did it. So we have 4 trial runs of these batteries. Not the funny one either, but I sure try. My jokes are quantity over quality. One of them will get a chuckle. Me too, Junior. We were all talking last night because a whole bunch of my friends were just all actually together for once. And they were talking about, it's so funny. It's so funny because it's so true. They're talking about Kodiak, saying like, man, wish Kodiak was here. That's the funniest out of us. I was like, you're so damn right. Kodiak is fucking funny. Can't live up to Kodiak. Kodiak's the funniest. I'm just a silly little guy. Junior, you're just a silly little guy too. I need to finish Jurassic Park. Dude, this book is in fucking shambles. When I say shambles, which battery is the best? Energizer. The bunny. Per my 8th grade science fair project. How accurate is that now? I don't know. Hi, Kev. Hi, Kai. Meow, 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 meow. I have this much left of Jurassic Park, which is weird, and it's very hard to open this book now. Okay, have fun. What are you guys doing over there? Wait, what are they doing? Usually it's Mystery Dungeons. Hold on. We're gonna go stalk Reynard and Kai. It is Mystery Dungeons. Okay. I was like, it's usually Mystery Dungeons. We'll just lurk there. Hi, Dion. How are you? I need to update my Google Chrome, apparently. Wah! Oh, I love this song. But yeah, I'm almost done with Jurassic Park. It's very hard to keep it open now because I'm on this end where this entire rest of the book is now holding it down. I don't think I'm going to bring it to work anymore because I think I just need to finish it at home so that I don't bring this and another book. I literally have 40 pages left. Good, just grinding in... Ooh, Overwatch. Okay, what are you grinding for in Overwatch? The Battle Pass? I'm doing well. Honestly, yesterday I felt like shit. I'm gonna be honest. Monday, after stream, hit the night, I tried to play Battlefield 6. I felt so bad. That game was stressing me out so much. The sounds of the plane scare me a lot. I will hydrate. And I was just, I felt so awful. I went to bed early that day, and yesterday I was still somewhat feeling bad, but I'm feeling a lot better now. So I'm like, okay, I slept early. I took all my medicine. I've been taking every single fucking vitamin I can. Yeah. Ooh, comp placement. Some new people today. It was fun. Ooh, that's always nice. Sleepy, I want to go to bed. You're so real for that, Kai. You're so real for that. Me too, Beth. Me too. Me too, Breasty. Me too, Breasty. I hate Jordy for that one. I need to clean my desk so badly. There's just so much cat fur. It's comp. I want to play comp so badly. I miss playing competitive. I think the only competitive game I play, like I play comp in, is probably Marvel Rivals now, because it's not that bad in there. And I'm super low rank. I just do it to get the skin every once in a while. So I literally only get to gold, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. That's good. Good enough for me. I get the skin. Actually, moving on. Ooh. Okay, are you excited, Junior, about the move? So have you found a place? Thinking about going into Comp Beastie Ball? Ooh. I didn't know there was Comp Beastie Ball. You should. That sounds really cool. I would never go into comp like Super Smash Bros. That shit scares me. I only know how to play Kirby. And by that, I only know how to do one move because I never learned. And my friends threw me into it. And they're like, you're only doing the same thing. It was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. You guys did competitions. It's wild. It's terrifying. That's so cool, though. There's like a pile of cat fur. Okay. I also need to change. I haven't changed out. I took them off. Wow, my hand looks awful. I just see where the skin is still peeling from scratch. You know, ask right? Nard, how to do comp BC? Stress, I don't know the team comps. That's fair. It's a lot, I feel like it's a lot of experimenting with comps. I wouldn't mind doing Overwatch comp. I think. I don't know. I'm so picky with my shooter games now, because even Battlefield 6, I'll play it alone. And I'm fine playing that one alone. But I like playing with friends now. I'm crippled by the crippling depression of, I like my friends. Pokemon, but 3 times worse because you get 3 moves per turn. Yeah. Yeah. That's stressful. Like a good type of stress because you have to actually think of strats. That's crazy. Meow, 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 meow. Would be good. Watch comp solo stroll. Yeah, that's why I don't really play comp. I play a lot of Marvel Rivals comp because my one friend Hannah, she fucking loves Marvel Rivals. I didn't send her the picture. I have Cloak and Dagger comics now. Very excited about it. A lot of them are termite. The termites. Oh my god, the termites terminated Mr. Terminator. We have a Terminator comic from my uncle? Question mark? Relative. I say relative with a question mark because I don't know what it is. I don't know the strain of which they're categorized as. But we inherited all of his comics because they were moving and he was just going to leave them. So we took them all. So I got a lot of Cloak and Dagger. There's just a lot of them that have been affected by termites. So I need to learn how to clean them off. Just not going to be the fun part. But right now the fun part is collecting which ones I want and trying to be a nice sister and part with some to give to my brothers. I don't want to part with any of them. Actually, some of them I do. Some of them I don't. The Predator comments, I'm like, okay, here you go, brother. You can have this. Anytime there's an alien on it, I'm like, no, you can't have that one. So I am now the proud owner of some alien actual comics, so I can read them. And the entire Nausicaa collection, even though some of them have been munched on by termites. So there's that. Not saying fuck it and doing comp with try to look up what it looks like. Fuck around support. Okay, fuck around. See, I was struggling with I was struggling with Deadlock last night because I was playing a new Beastie Ball. I was trying out. Oh my god, Trent is so cute. Oh my god. That's how I imagined Car. That image of that little guy is how I picture Car. This gives Car energy. I'm gonna tell Car that later. I don't really want this song. Chris Gray is good. I'll do Cynical. Try is so cute. But like sometimes you just gotta fuck around and find out. Sometimes like the strat isn't the meta. You just do what you want. It's called my Trat a mouse instead of a rat, so I named my Trat Trouse. Oh, okay, that's cute. I see him as a little mouse. So I feel that. He's just a little guy. Show. I don't think I would ever. Overwatch comp kind of scares me. I do have some points in Overwatch comp, but because we were playing Stadium and that gives you some points for comp. But that's about it. It has Mo, which can half your health. Has a trait that lets you use support moves in defense. Ooh. I like that. That could be good. Never underestimate the, in this case, Undermouse. The Underminer. Sorry. I love that stupid movie. New season? I gotta get back into Overwatch. I need to play a little bit more Overwatch. I think I have so many games right now that I don't know what to do. Like, comp, it's insane. Don't have the brain for half of that time. I get so stressed in comp. Like, it's one thing with, like, shooter comps, like Marvel Rivals and whatnot, because I default to support because I know what to do best for that. I get stressed when I'm put in the position of a tank in specifically Marvel Rivals. If I were to do it in Overwatch, I think I could do okay. In Overwatch, I know my tanks a little bit more. Am I good at them all? Absolutely not, but I love my Junker Queen and Orisa. Is that all I play? No. I think that's all. Okay, maybe I don't know my tanks in Overwatch. Hold on, where are my tanks in Overwatch? Tanks. I just need tank. Oh, I know Diva. I could play Diva too. That's all that I could play. I got 3 tanks. I can play. That's it. I'm interested in Hazard, but I just have never played him since he came out. I need a new mouse pad. Malga seems fun. Same with Roadhog. I did have played Ramatra a little bit, but I do not understand him. Sigma. Oh my god, I love Sigma's Hi Shaylin, I love you. I'm trying to think. Cinematic trailer. His trailer. Sigma's trailer was so fucking good. Anyways, hi Shaylin, I love you. Spell I always default to status conditions. I love using sweaty like sweaty like poison, rattle, stinky. Combo moves. I love being a menace with status. Hey, but that's good. That's your thing. You can't hazard or Malga. Who do you play for tank cap? Oh, true. Who's at work? Kev. When do you start in? Also, Kev, I didn't know which freaking department you were actually going to when you said you were, switching. But I still find that so funny that they are putting you in the same room. Oh my god, where are you today, Shannon? I'm the only one not at work. And I won't be until next week. I'm calling out. Oh, I should see if anybody is picking up. I don't think anybody's picking up. You will under the sea. Ah, hell yeah. It's so cold there, but I love it. Meow, meow, meow. And meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be picking up a Sunday shift, so. Cross like worm out there. Yeah. Yeah, no one. Same fucking under the sea. Under the sea. Under the sea. Anyways, Kev, who do you play for Overwatch? For tanks? Since we were talking specifically tanks, right? Meow. Make pasta. Have fun making pasta. Go cook. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah. Kev's getting taken from laundry and being put in the same goddamn room as laundry on DCA side. You can't find me. Damn, that would be horrifying. In that room? Yeah. Not specifically under the sea room. That would be crazy, though. That'd be quite crazy. But I also think that is so... It's not mean, but at the same time, it's so mean. It's how I felt at Fan of just back in the room again. Whatever is the name of it. Honestly, I don't know what it's called. They keep on... It says 19. They keep on calling it now, like, DCA headroom. But I'm like, it's 19. Why did we ever change? Why stop changing the names? I don't care if it was that before. You changed it to S19, so now it's S19. What are we gonna play? V-o. Bepo. Play Rhine? If I need, I can swap almost any tanks. Okay, so you just can't do those two. Mepo. Try to they can try to repent it all they want, but it will not change. You're so right, though. I still love getting calls in Marvel's room and answering it and being like, "Is this S19?" I was like, "No, it's not. They fucked up with the numbers." And what I sent you? Oh, is it Gibbies? The collection of Gibbies. I love this song. Yeah. I have all the Overwatch heroes up. I just want you to know. So the official... Exactly. So it says 19. So they can't call it something different. Exactly. They can't try to change it on us. He says 19. Why don't I be quiet? Fair. Real as fuck. I still need to play Freya in Overwatch. I haven't actually been able to play her. I do make fun of her mainly because she screams it at me and then I get stressed, so I just mimic the sounds back. They're not the proper words. I'm just stress shouting. It's playing Mercy? Ooh, play the game. Okay, someone said that just means everyone else was really bad. That's crazy on two hands, Dion. Because, like, one, sometimes, like, not even just you, sometimes Mercies genuinely fuck it up. Like, they're fucking that shit up. They are killing people and healing people and boosting people. Like, they're fucking it up politely. But also, damn, they're calling not only your team, but their team bad. Yeah. That's such a fucking... Like, damn, they're calling everybody in that entire lobby bad. Not even like just exclusively your team. Not everybody. Everybody got thrown under the bus there. I was just like, Mercy's can get play in the game, but damn, you didn't need to come after the entire lobby with that comment. Where are my zippers? I only found one. One day, and I don't think that day will be anytime soon. Simply for the sake of your poor laptop, guy. I don't think your laptop would like it very much. Do I want daisies? No. Man with the Hex? No. I'm on the Halloween playlist, but like, I'm not feeling any of these songs. I'm feeling my energetic playlist. By that, the randomly generated energetic playlist. What is that? I don't know what that is. What's on this today? Bubblegum Bitch? Good. Inferno. I haven't listened to that in a while. Miku. Okay. I played Rivals. Oh, you played Rivals when it came out? How was your laptop even alive? Dude, I miss Rivals. I do really want to play Rivals. Not specifically like today, just in general, because I haven't played Daredevil. I don't want to play Daredevil. I just want to see him. Also, he's one of my favorite voice actors, so I just want to see him. Work food today? I don't know. Ooh. Work food. I always default to like the boring things at work to buy. I think because I have so many tummy issues, I get scared. Ooh, the chicken wraps are really good. It's fucking Mako. Could order something from Pim's. Dude, oh my god, Shaylin. Oh my gosh. Wait, Shaylin. When I was working on Saturday, I'm pretty sure it was Saturday, it was just me and there was nobody at HQ. There was nobody at HQ. It was most literally because we had no other hosts in there too. It was just me, Jamar, yapping away. Just yapping. But then he, for lunch, got a pretzel, normal Mickey pretzel. And then we had somebody who was on transitional. And he came in and we were talking about the pretzels from Pim's. And saying how apparently those ones are better. That's what Mr. Chris said. And so we were talking about it. Made him want it. And so I forget his name. But that kid on transitional said, I'm going to get it. And so he had said something and I heard him, but I don't know what he had said. And I was scrolling on my phone. And so then he left. I was like, okay, he's going back. Came back in with the fucking Pim's pretzel. So Nicholas probably, I don't know, he has tattoos. I really don't know who that man was. I don't know who that man was. He doesn't normally go there. Actually, I don't know if he goes there. I have no clue. But he walked in with the pretzel. And so we had 2 pretzels that night. Because Jamar couldn't finish the other pretzel, so he offered me some. So I had a little bit of the Mickey pretzel. And then he walked in with that giant fucking pretzel. It was not Hayden. It was not Hayden. I do know that person. That person, I do know that boy. Yeah, he was. I was supposed to actually work with him for once. Didn't happen. Plucked out. Lemon to a closure? Oh, poor Quiet. Quiet is sad and take it from us. No, I don't think he usually does the Sorry, I was thinking of the funniest ways to describe this. Brown hair. I think he was like 5'6" to 5'7". I don't think he goes to Marvel often. He does dining. Those are the only clues I could give you. He's that dog. I think. Yeah. Yeah, because we were talking about the pains of the heavy heads. That bitch bought that pretzel in, and then we had a size comparison war. because then we had the giant fucking pretzel. And then Jamar pointed out he had the same exact water bottle as Jamar, but the bigger version. And it was very funny. Yeah, I'm out of guesses. Me too. Jamar knows who it was. I ain't got no clue, but all I know is that I got more free pretzel from him. Oh no, it's a weird night. Maybe because of the loading shades each time I open it. Don't worry, Kev. You just let it sit and you look at the pretty skins, and then once it loads that one time with the shaders, you're done. You don't have to worry about it. Oh my god, that got my heart going. I got too excited about that. It was such a funny interaction. I forgot I'm still weak. Oh my god. I should put Otto on this playlist. It was so funny. The Pim pretzels are really good. So you could order something from Pim's. Bringing it back to what you're gonna get for for lunch. Also, you're so right about the chicken wraps. They are, but hey, you know, sometimes I want a tortilla and then a chicken strip in it. Is that so much to ask for? Is that too much for a girl to ask? There's a new Miku figure that came out. She's not that expensive. She's like 280, but she's really pretty. I hungry? Banishment? No. Oh, well, actually, you could. If you're over there, you literally could go order it yourself. You got paid for it, though. Food delivered via hand wrap style. You're so right. It's so nice. I just like a tortilla, but it's so overpriced. I'm still so mad working pre-COVID at Disneyland and getting the cookies. And there used to be like the packet of like 3 or 4 cookies that you would get in it for like $4. Now you pay $4 and you get 1. I hate them for that. Hi, Dieter. Hi. There is a lot of gays here. There is. Yeah, it's so mean. And I used to get specifically the peanut butter cookies behind Haunted Mansion. I forget what that lunch spot is called. I forget what that cafeteria is called. Never remembered it, even when I worked there. But I used to get the cookies there and then go work my fan shift. Now they're gone. Paying $5 for 1 cookie? Yeah. Oh, is that the West Sider? Yeah. That was my lunch spot because I worked at Mansion. Never fucking remembered its name. Hi. I'm so excited later. I haven't packed it all. All the stuff's on my bed right now, though. My bed is a mess because everything's just on it. Sorry, I locked into my dog barking. Oh, is that Honey Spot? Oh my god, we worked on the same side of the park. Wait. Oh. We worked on the same side of the park probably at the same time. That's a little crazy. I'm fully packed? Good. Yeah, you have an early. I need to talk to you about that too. I will remember, but remind me I need to talk to you later because I need to figure out when to get there because I'm going to get dropped off. So I'm in no rush. I don't have to be up early. I'm going to finish packing tomorrow morning. But remind me to talk to you about that. You got to be up so early though. You're coming from farther up. So upset that I'm not going. That's fair, Turnip. You had money issues this year though. And that just means next year we will plan and we will get shit done. Sent you a funny? I was like, hi. I will look at the funny. In this paradise. If I'm gonna wear red and white striped scarf. Interesting. I wonder if I've ever saw you before. Because I used to enter over there because I would work my fan shifts. So I was in my blue shirt. I literally have pictures of me at work because I took professional photos one day. Very cutesy, very demure with my 2 friends. I hope they're well. Next to you whenever. Update you anytime I move somewhere. I moved 5 centimeters to the left. But yes, thank you. 2 hours away? Yeah, it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours with traffic. So really, like, I'll probably get there later in the day because I don't know what to do with my bag depending on when we can get checked in a hotel. It's really that. I realize now Leader said BRB. Oh, I said all that. Yeah, I'll talk to him later anyways. Stop me like her friends did. That's real. But money is also a concern at all times. Pasta? Wait, what type of pasta are you making? But to the path that we trudge, we just wanted to heal and now what? B, are you here? B, can I please read this out loud? Can I read this to the class? At least the beginning part, because that part really got me. Share with the class, why don't you? Oh, a convention someday? Yes, you need to go to a convention someday, Kai. Yes. It's just the beginning part of every day I hang out with this fuck-ass bitch of a friend. Endearing term. And I'm reminded I'm not with the love of my life, the sunshine during coldy days, my yin to my yang, my other self, my partner, the only one I've ever looped arms and hands together with through class together. All that for particularly every day for 2 years, just for it to disappear and again and abandoned will year by be stated as a dark age of Sarah and B were ripped apart by the universe. But because once again, the two of us is too much for the universe. I want you to know when it says disappear to a canon event to the end is in all caps. Me too, B. I still like the every day I hang out with this fuck ass bitch of a friend. We are too strong together. Every day I hang out with this fuck ass bitch of a friend. Sorry, the fuck ass bitch of a friend, because I know exactly who you mean, and it just makes it funnier. Oh my god, I still have Overwatch characters up. Anyways, I hope you're well. I hope everybody is well. His fuck ass bitch of a friend. What I'm doing tomorrow. What are you doing? What are you doing, Celine? I'll be at TwitchCon. Well, I'll be heading down to TwitchCon. Nothing's actually happening tomorrow. Just picking up the badges. Well, I don't think I love you, B. I love you, I love you, I love you. That just sounds like smiling friends. I need to watch them. I really want to go to Pirates Dinner Adventure sometimes. I'm going to drag you again sometime. Mainly because I love pirates. It's very funny to me because slowly, one by one, people at work get to see my personality. You in particular get to see a lot because you're here. I fucking love pirates. I was obsessed with pirates as a kid, and I still am. Never been. I'm so down to go get. Fuck yeah. We should also go to medieval times. That's specifically because I miss the Ren Fair. So I want to be dumb and dress up silly. I would dress up silly for pirates too. I want FanFest back. I want to meet One Piece. I couldn't bring myself to go meet One Piece knowing that some of them were people from our work. Do you have a ticket? So we're going for free. Fuck yeah! We love that! Heard of medieval times. Oh, yes, you did. I would love to work on a show like one of those. They just seem so like fun. Local pirate festival. You have a pirate festival? We don't even get a pirate festival. Truth be told, we're not. Like, I can go to the ocean. It's close by, but currently where I am at, there's no ocean. So I don't know why we'd have a pirate festival. You know what? Yeah, he does. Evil raccoon hands, just like. But that should be so much fun. The pirate dinner is going to be so much fun. I think I've done it once in my life. I've gone to the pirate dinner. And by that, I don't remember a single fucking thing because I was a kid. Went for my brother's birthday. Don't remember anything. I remember leaving. That's it. And getting lost getting to the bathroom. That's all I remember. Also, hi, Steve. You done a talk? Pedal for TwitchCon? Are you doing a talk? No, I wish. I do actually miss doing panels for conventions. I miss them. It's been a long time. Had to show another friend at work my old panel cosplays because we were talking about Attack on Titan. So I had to show him my Armin cosplay. There's tears in my eyes. I'm not mortified because I love that part of my life. That was so much fun. Gonna wear wait, sorry, no no words came out. That was just syllables. I need to plan my outfit. I know what corset ooh, okay, so you have the corset plan. That means you can you plan out around that. You have to send me a fit pic. Yes. I want to know. How are you, Steve, though? How are you doing? Half drive? No, starting. I want to drag. Ooh, that'd be a good outing for y'all. And another reason to see your friends too, Kai. So yes, drag white. I had to show up. You right. Dude, I fucking love this song. I actually have never seen the movie. Still. But I love this song a lot. This was on my no, this is the energetic playlist. I changed it. Either have I. We're the fucking same. Fence about the movie? That's fair. I'll watch it eventually. Because I should watch it at least once. Group trip to meet all time and private dinner. Group trip for a Ren Fair themed weekend. Also gonna cry and I'm not ready for that. One of my favorite anime, Shaylin, is Violet Evergarden. And there is a movie that I haven't seen of it that I have not brought myself to watch it because I know I'm going to cry because I cried with the anime. It is so beautiful and I cried. And I'm gonna cry with that. I have not been prepared to cry. So I have not watched it. I need to though. So I feel that way with that. I'm getting so excited and talking. This is like weird, but it's the asthma. All the like eternal phlegm. The eternal phlegm stuck in my lungs at all times is coming up because I'm getting so excited and my lungs are actually loosening up. What a term, the eternal phlegm. Crying in a specific mood, yeah. That, the first Demon Slayer movie, I knew I was gonna cry with that, but I also was like, no, I'm not gonna cry. I know what happens to the character. I cried. Luckily, I was with my best friend. We have a debate because she remembers seeing it in the theater and I remember watching it in my house. So we don't actually know where we watched it, but we both have watched it. I need to talk to Justine about that again. We both think we watch it in two different places. Together, just two different places. And I think it's really funny because I'm like, no, we watched it in my house. And she's like, no, we watched it in the theater. I'm like, I'm right. You're wrong. But we don't know who actually is right. Nice man! Maybe I'm jealous. I feel like I'm gonna cry during it. I never cry. I feel like I don't cry as much with animes. But then I say that and I know damn well B's gone, so I can say some of the stuff. There's some deaths in One Piece that I've never physically watched, and I adore those characters so much that I think I'm gonna actually cry at that. Also, Nash, I hope you had a good birthday. I didn't wish you a happy birthday because I want you to know, Nash, I literally opened my phone and I saw the notification because it's on me and Nikki's calendar that it was your birthday, and I was like, oh, I need to message her. I was like, oh shit, where do I fucking message her? Like, I don't have her number. I was like, oh no, wait, don't I have her number? Looked at my phone and I was like, oh yeah, I have her number. And then I closed my phone. The sidetrack in my brain went sidetracked of like, do I even have Nash's number? And I was like, oh yeah, I do. Forgot why I was looking for your number. Close the phone. Didn't wish you a happy birthday. Well, we need to all hang out and celebrate your birthday. What if you watch it twice, both at your house? I don't know, because I think it was during, like, still COVID time. Kev? So I think it was still, like, the end time of COVID when things were opening back up, but I'm a very sickly person, so I know I wasn't going out a lot. So I don't know. I don't know. I remember watching it at my house because she was new to anime. But we have no way to prove it. Either end. Felt it but yes. As you should. You can feel me smothering you, Nash. Just smothering you with love, touching your face like. There's a specific gif I should send you that's just me at you. Pressure wash my bathroom. Damn, kawaii. Just remind me to talk to you later. It's just about it's just getting down there. What time? Because I don't want to lug around my luggage. My parents are dropping me off. And I don't know what time we're checking into a hotel. It's all the nitty gritty. I also need to ask the hotel room a question. I'll ask them later. I'm going to bring snacks. My number? Yes. I actually barely have people's numbers in my phone now because I switched phones and it didn't transfer my phone numbers. Oh my god, one of my friends who got married. Oh my god. He posted the picture and they're so cute and I'm so happy for that boy. It makes me so happy. I'm like, yes. And they've been together for a while now too. But I'm like, yes. Shoot over. Oh my god, I'm out of breath. That made me really excited. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. I really want to play Peak. I want to consume my friends. We're playing R.e.p.o today, though. What is the frick is on this? You freaking cats. Leaving everything on everything. I need to double check something. My compulsive brain thought waves needs to check something right meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, it's so funny seeing, oh yeah, I forgot. Boop, bam, 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 bam. Do. I wish I had a fanny pack. I was reading the bag policy for TwitchCon. Let me close these Overwatch heroes. I've had the Overwatch heroes thing up for ages because I was going to talk about the other heroes and they never did. I still have not played the new healer in Overwatch. And I have no thrill to because I have my women. I have my women. And I love them. I love my girlies. Is that? Ow. Before you forget your question. Where's the fucking hotel room one? Okay, I'm asking the room the question. The other question is to you, I'll remember later. Which healer? Well, give me a second because I fucking closed it out now, Kev. And I don't fucking know his name. And I don't know my girlie's name, so since you know, Brigitte. Why was I about to word, like, you know, like snacks? Like, easy, like, breakfast snacks or, like, stuff to have in your bag, because I get sick a lot. I was about to say, yeah, I'm going to bring portable snacks. Oh, my stupid fuck ass. I ate my brain. I wanna make sure what I can bring. Tap it, heart. 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 I don't know why I was about the word portable snacks. Well, yes. Why? Shut up, ad blocker. I don't need you right now. Okay. Overwatch heroes. Ilari, I love her. Oh, he's literally at the top. Weeing. I've not played him at all. I do love Baptiste, but I mainly play Ana, Brigitte, Juno. I've been playing more Moira. Would you like a piss or would you like a suck? My fuck ass like, well, yes you do. Not detected by my stream deck? That's crazy. Get that fixed. I never play Mercy. I have a whole bunch of Mercy skins, so. Yeah, him? Yeah. I think he overwhelmed me because his stuff does a lot of like other stuff where I'm just like, I think I'm be shield and mace. And that's it. Rock and stone, brother. Rock and stone. I love my brig. I love brig. I love brig and Rhine. I love playing with Reinhardt's when I'm brig. Except also, I'm dangerous as brig because unfortunately, I think I'm a tank. Therefore, that means I should just play tank. No, I can't play tank. Just let me be brig and I go and bite the tank's ankles. It's kind of what I do a little too often. And then I overextend. And then sometimes I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not a tank. I'm not a tank. And they bite my ankles back. Cripple me and then I die. Those exact steps. Break a Mercy duo. Ooh, that's a good duo. Usually, because I have one friend who heals a lot too when we play Overwatch, and she usually plays Kiriko. She also loves Mercy, so it's usually either one of those two. And it's always fun with her as Kiriko and I'm Brig. That. Who else do I like? I like Juno, but I love Juno in Stadium because I built her very beefy, except they changed some things and I don't remember exactly which ones I need to buy, and I deleted the picture of the build. So I have to experiment again. How do you guys like Stadium for Overwatch? I liked it. I'm kind of bored of it now. I like 6v6, so. Love Stadium? Yeah! I thought it was really fun. I suck at Ashe, though. Ashe is one of my favorite people to play. I love my cowboy, so I love Ashe and Cassidy. But I'm really bad at aiming sometimes. Anyone to play with? Hard time doing it solo? That's fair. I hate sometimes when they perfectly pick, like the counters to whatever character you are, but you're stuck as it. So it's like, well, this is going to be a rough time, buddy. Because we've had that happen with our team where it's like, we're just going to hold each other's hands and cry together. But I do like Stadium. It was really fun. I still like playing it every once in a while, but we don't play it as much. My jaw was about to pop out. That's weird. I still do like my 6v6. We have had, when we're waiting for Q, well, like we usually go for, something just fell. What did you say? When someone knows how to build and play Reaper? Especially when they know the wombo combo of those two things, that's scary. I hate when anybody knows how to actually play good, which is usually my friend Jordy, because Jordy knows how to play. Jordy's good at games. Jordy's good at games and good at aiming. I'm shit at games and shit at aiming. I peek sometimes, but that's it. Doing modded? I think we're gonna do unmodded, because I think right now it's just you and me, Kai. So we're just gonna fuck around. We'll see if Car and Gar show up, or Gar with Car. One of the two. But yeah, I think it's just you and me right now. If anybody else wants to play bepo, please let me know. Kev, pull out R.e.p.o at work. Not safe at work. I love this song. What was I gonna say? I had my train of thought and I was not gonna stop it, and then I stopped it to read your message, Dion. Fuck. I actually don't remember now. Oh, R.e.p.o Mobile. Oh my god, Nash, we gotta play Among Us. Oh my god. Do I know I own Among Us. I most literally used to play it. I want to. There's a Warframe plushie. Wait, Among Us is literally at the beginning. A-M. Yeah, there it is. Among Us Mobile. You made a whole server on Discord to play Among Us. Can we play Among Us? We need more people for that. If we get more people, Nash actually could play Among Us. Nash could be on mobile. Nash used to be obsessed with Among Us. Nash loved Among Us so much. We need to get together a little Among Us group. Because I do miss it. To re-download it. I don't even have it downloaded. I mean, it's a small thing. Change preferred copy. Oh, Coco has a DLC added. The rest of us all have the base game. Oh my god, so many of my friends have it. I wonder why. I never bought a plushie. Oh, knowing you, Nash, that's crazy because you were obsessed with it. My ass-kicking boots, by the way. Make sure you bring shoes that are comfortable. Oh, I don't know what comfortable shoes are later. If there's anything that you should know about me, I still wear heels every time I go to the Ren Fair. So I'll be in my docs. I work in them. I'll probably be in one pair of not heels, but I have my Converse heels. Those shits are so fucking comfy. I fucking love that shit. Yeah, I'm a dumbass bitch. Every time I go to a convention and cosplay, I always say, I'm not gonna wear heels again. I'm not gonna wear heels. I wear the tallest fucking heels. Oh my god, you never saw my Bonnie heels. When I cosplayed Bonnie from FNAF with a group, unfortunately my group was very tall. Because Hope was very tall. Sabrina just wore heels. I can pull them out. They're in my closet. They're one of my favorite pair of heels. I love them. But they're platform heels. They're horrifying. Need a shorter group. I just keep on befriending tall people. Even when I was friends and cosplaying with Drew, she's fucking taller. Amber was taller. Even our other Fairy Tail group members were taller. The rest of my Attack on Titan group was taller. My Haikyuu group is actually pretty short. My old Haikyuu group was relatively short. I was on the taller end, besides a few members. So we have that. Yeah. I feel that. Oh my god, I gotta tell you so much shit later. I gotta tell you everything. I haven't spoken to you in so long. That sounds very dramatic, but like actually in person, have not spoken to you in so long. Last time I played games with you, I was a quiet little bean because I'm scared at meeting people. So I was scared they're just trying to focus on Marvel Rivals. Like, don't fuck up. Don't fuck up. Gar! Hi, Gar! What type of pasta did you end up making? She never learned. I never learned, Nash. You see it every time. What's the promise? Forehead smooches? And a hug. You do for sure get a hug. I'm so excited. I am feeling a lot better. I let yesterday. I just rested. I made another TikTok. Listened to classical music while I did it and saw the images splay out in front of me, and then I made it. And then I put myself in the worst situation of going through comics, which meant I was in a dusty, crusty room with comics that have been infested by termites. The termites ain't there. Previously infested by termites. But I am the proud owner of way too many comics now. Am I going to sell them? No, because some of them are termite. That Terminator comic is termited. The termites terminated Mr. Terminator. I need to take a picture of it. It's so fucking funny. They ate the shit out of Terminator. Reynard. Let me do your roll. Does anybody else have a roll? No. Hell yeah, Reynard, you were doing good. You got 11, 17, and a nat 20. Always wear uncomfortable shoes because I refuse to let my fit be ruined. Exactly why I wear uncomfortable shoes, Nash. This is why I'm so stressed. Nash? Wait, hold on, Nash. Gar. 11, 15, and a 3. You're doing amazing, Gar. I fear that we might get you killed today in R.e.p.o if you play. But you're doing amazing. Fuck, I'm not. No, I hope you're doing amazing, Radar. No, I'll build more scarecrows in my Stardew Valley farm just for you. Nash, I'm going to TwitchCon. I leave tomorrow. I haven't planned any of the fits. And Nash, we know each other. We have to have the fit. The fit has to go hard. And I need multiple fits, not even to be dramatic of like multiple outfit changes in a day. No, just actually multiple days. And one day, maybe multiple fits. I don't know. I really don't know. So I am going to panic and bring a lot of clothes. Not too many. What did I pull out? I pulled out 2 pairs of pants. That's all I have. And a jacket. Probably 2 jackets that I want to bring because it's going to be cold. That's all that I have planned so far, Nash. I'm going to panic so hard after stream. But it's fine. We'll get it set up. Gar, do you wish to play bepo with us? We'll probably start setting up soon. Also, wait, I have y'all on. Beautiful. One. Okay, they both have it. Oh my god. How many hours did I... Oh my god. How many hours does... Damn, I could see who was obsessed with Among Us. I have 26 hours in it. Car and Gar both only have... Car only has an hour. Gar has just about 5. Meow. 3 jackets. My red jacket. 2 jackets. You'll choose... Oh, yeah. 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 The jacket to choose from. Sorry, I said yeah so many times there. You are bringing so many jackets. I think I'm gonna bring my Nanami sweatshirt. But I need my fits. It's like, yeah, it's like the 30 fucking underwear. Because what if you shit yourself? And what if you shit yourself the next day? Yeah, you gotta be safe. I love that explanation of bringing, like, when people say, are explaining how much underwear they bring. It's so funny. 100 hours on mobile version. I played on my phone during COVID. That's so fucking funny. I love that, though. Among Us was really like the COVID game. It was so much fun. I really wanted to play in VR. I still do. I wonder if people play it. I'll smell like me. I smell like vanilla. Okay. I smell like flowers or peaches. I think. I don't know what I smell like anymore. Oh, I have another one of that. I have a perfume that I use. My cats don't like it. That's it. There's no comment about what it actually smells like. It's just that my cats don't like it, so I don't like using it because my cats don't like it. Don't fair. Hey, I'll take it because I get so stressed all the time. Usually I smell like flowers because that's the only scents I ever use. And I have underwear to shit myself 3 times a day. You're ready. You're ready to shit yourself 3 times a day, just in case. And you'll be ready. You'll be ready for it, Kai. Spray my laundry with vanilla scent. Any new clothes? Oh, that's so real. Hey, I'm with it. I like have a routine when I go to work of how I use my perfume. One is Bath and Body Works spray, so it doesn't really last that long anyways. But because I have the spray that I use that I'm like, this is my like scent. It's cherry blossoms, it's flowers, that's what I use. But then I have 2 that smell like freshly out of the shower, so I also use that because then it mixes them. I don't know what I'm thinking, but I'm mixing up potions and concoctions. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna smell like actual perfume, and the other half will just smell like I just got out of the shower type of smell. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. Don't mind me, I have too much energy. I don't, I'm just very excited. Pour drinks all over me? That's crazy. I'll pour drinks on people. I won't. That's mean. Oh my god, yes! Oh my god. Okay, you're gonna beat it? Oh my god, thank god. Thank god you're going to beat it. I need somebody to talk to about Alan Wake so badly. Jordy hasn't played it, and I need to talk to somebody about a chapter of that. Have fun with Mr. Alan Wake. Wake him up from his nightmare. I love Alan Wake so much. I love Alan Wake. Let me like brush this off. Okay. So our tentative plan for today is bepo. Kai, it's you and me. You may be it's I really wanted to say it's me and you, baby grill. Nothing came out though. She for sure, yes, turnip. And we properly plan it for next year as well. I should be free. It's going to be a tough situation for me because I'm also going out in August to Chicago. I'll be fine. Any mods? I think we just take it plain. Because there's been a lot of updates. We have a new map for sure. That's all I fucking remember. So we got the 3 of us. Quiet's out for the day. It's so sad for Quiet. In a sense that, like, even if Quiet wasn't gonna play, Quiet's at work. That fucking sucks. Did my cat just wake up? Yes, she did. Okay. Where? A, B, C. R.e.p.o. Okay. She's walking this way. I'm gonna wait till she walks this way. I think I need to turn on my fan as well. Told me to cause chaos? Yes, as you should. Oh, and she lay down. Well, I guess I'm not turning on my fan anytime soon. I'm going to just suffer. But yeah. I think we just do a little plain old bepo. It'll be you. It'll be me. I can't say you because nobody will know who you is. Beta version or normal? We'll do normal. Because I'm not on the beta, so I don't feel like switching. Shirt is divided away. Yes, it is divided. It is divided between the sun and the moon, which I have my sun and moon necklace on to fit the theme. But yeah, it'll just be me, Kai, and Gar as of now. Whoever else wants to join, just let me know. Dream. I think I'll keep some music on today. We'll lower that just a little bit. Oh god, hold on. I can't reach my freaking stream deck. We'll do those 2. So, look, Kitty, remember, said you would give a marshmallow a big ol' steak when she appeared? A steak? She ain't getting a steak. I don't actually think Mochi, Miss Mochi the marshmallow, would like steak. Not gonna lie.
I'm here. I'm queer and I can't hear.
Bepo.
Hope we're doing well today. You're all looking pretty.
Feel the heart. My hair ain't looking pretty. My hair is greasy once again because I took an awkward, not an awkward shower, but an awkward day to shower because I showered at night. So like, I need to fix my hair soon. Yeah, it's fine. Mochi, you're gonna warm me up so much. Volume on 1? Damn, on 1. Okay, my bepo people. That I switched to bepo. Oh my god, I want to play skate so badly. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. I started looking at stuff. Someone stop me. No hearing for haunted. Nah, okay. Do. Okay, I will open up say game. I wonder if I have a save from the last time. Let me go here. The game's not even open yet. Why do I suddenly feel lonely? I went to free week. I don't have my little voices in my head. Oh, I do have the gar on the fucking hot dog down there, though. The game contains flashing lights. At least you have sound for that. Bepo. Bepo. Okay, we pause that. Private game. Haha. Friend with the best computer.
If you guys have a
Yes.
prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Is he gonna give me any options? I'm so sorry, Kai. I'm so sorry. Hey, we should all play on Japan. What if we just say fuck it and piss? Piss? We just piss. Let's pick. We're gonna play on South Africa. We're all gonna play on the worst fucking ping. If one of us... Oh, I do have a save. Fuck it and piss. Fuck it. Piss. The bear is trying to get out. The bear is trying to be free.
Bucket we piss, freaky also. Hail, I have arrived.
Oh. Oh, bless you. So the password's cat. But I'm just gonna invite y'all. There's only 2 of you anyways. Oh, that's not set up. Oh, hey. Audio, I think I still have it on. Push to talk. Off. Back. Okay. Then be what summons doc? Of course it would be pissed that summons doc. Ah. Oh my god, you're ping. Oh, no,
Yeah, what do you expect? You're in California. I'm in England.
Oh my god, no, I
Get that picture out of that.
look at the
Sorry.
fucking... Now canon? Oh my god, that's crazy. I turned off my webcam specifically to see your ping.
Thank you. Thank you.
Piss is not what somebody... Piss definitely did summon you, Doc. I think it did. Don't hide who you are. What
Anyway,
password?
I made
Cat.
so much
C-A-T.
pasta, I'm still eating it.
Hell yeah. I need to fix my...
You're so loud.
Oh,
Let
me?
me turn you down. You're the first person I've had to turn down.
I'll move my mic away.
It's okay. I normally have to turn people up because my friend Brothers has the quietest mic in existence.
Mother said, no speak. Azai. You're such a pretty purple. What is this button do? Oh, I just opened up your Steam profile. Oh, okay. We must work hard. Do I want to change my color? No.
Just use it shuffle.
I don't think I want to. I think I want to remain this pink. Bright fluorescent. Green. Oh my god, we almost look like a stoplight.
Oh my god, we have to.
Stoplight. Red.
Stoplight R.e.p.o.
Something. I don't know, I just sat in silence for a second staring, watching the little eyes. Okay, I'm going back to pink. It's close enough to red. We're like the neon, I'm just gonna shut up. Insurance work? We hate it.
I sure hope it does.
Road work. How do I type? Ah, I missed it. Whop. I still love. Castle. It's just like.
Oh, you should get the, what do you call it? You should try and get that voice for the TTS on Twitch.
Oh my god, you're so right. It was actual life?
No idea
Cancer?
how-
Accident insurance. Oh no.
No budget flights, no food or movies. Get me out
Yeah.
of here.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Give me a sec.
Okay, that's why I asked, that's why I asked.
I'm trying to. I need to leave. I'll be back. I need to go swap Wi-Fi.
Well, time to make funny little noises. What else? What else can we do?
Oh, dude, I could do this. Hold on.
What the freak? Why you got a freaking train in your house? Oh my god, I have a harmonica. Hold on. It's gonna scare my cat though. Excuse me, Mochi.
Got lock in.
Just by my Naruto figures. How do I use a harmonica?
You're supposed to like cover the individual holes or something like that.
Mochi does not like it.
You're gonna wake up and she's ran away.
She's looking at me like, what the fuck is this, mother? She's leaving. I'm sorry. I love you. Goodbye.
I can make fan noises.
Why are you making fan noises?
He's like, fuck.
Why you do that? I'm sorry, Mochi. Oh, I'm so sorry, my baby grill.
Oh, I tried.
That's all that matters. You want a harmonica?
Oh, it's yeah.
You just need to. You just.
I can move later on. I can move into a different room with a more stable internet connection.
Fair.
But I tried to move on to the extension now, so that it would at least be a little bit stronger. But I guess my internet is that bad. Trying to connect to you guys literally across the entire fucking world.
So you need that fiber optics.
We need
The
a...
sharks can chew on it some more.
The message that I sent you that was so menacing. We're gonna make that dead zone and an alive zone.
Oh my god.
We just need to fly out to Europe. There we go.
You want the Mochi? Oh no, my webcam.
I hate it.
I'm trying to show you guys Mochi. Oh, that's a horrible angle for Mochi. Where is she staring to? Why did I make her so scary? Why does this look like a FNAF like camera?
Can you just like pan it to the right ever so slowly?
Wait, it's wrong. Hold on. If I stand up, I can do this.
You gotta make the Freddy noises too.
What's the fucking Freddy noises we got? Oh wait, that's like great. Hi. Or. Okay. Are we ready? Everyone ready? Once again, that new player cannot do it. Yes. Well, yes. I still have my harmonica, but if I blow my harmonica, Mochi's gonna be like, what the freak? Next station. Hello?
Sounds like a Meshi problem.
Me? Well,
I'm gonna be AFK for a second. I took off the side panel of my PC for no reason.
But then go in the corner.
I plugged in my wrong mouse.
Oh, and why are we all a mess? One's
Bro,
taking.
softly just to put me in the corner.
Yep. Put the baby in the corner.
You know something crazy? I
Hello.
was at work yesterday and I was using the restroom.
Yeah.
And as I was getting up from using the restroom, I pulled up my pants and my vape fell into the toilet and it flushed down the toilet. Because it's an automatic toilet. So I called Chris and I said, this is a code fucking red. Code fucking red. Find any of my old vapes and put them together right now.
That's.
It was the worst experience I've ever had at work.
This effect, no hesitation. The toilet said, "This is mine now. This is mine now, buddy."
I tried to plunge it out and I was like, would I even use it if I plunged it out? Like, it's just over at that point.
Yeah,
Gone.
it's over. Man, that toilet said, "Hey, give me a hit." Fucking eats it.
It was fucked up, man.
That was fucked up. How do I pick up? Meow meow
Do
meow.
you mind bringing the cart over here for a second?
Why, yes.
This thing is gonna be a bit heavy.
Actually, lost heart privileges.
Oh, too late. I stole the card. What is it? Oh, radioactive. Oh my god, you were floating for a second.
Yeah, I might need help, please.
There we go.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Is there anything else in here? Oh.
Yeah.
Bonsai tree. Sorry, the webcam right now is just Mochi, except she turns, so it's Mochi butt. I'm in me mom's car.
Brum, brum. Get out me car. Hey. There we go. Don't mind that.
I put that into your face.
Sorry.
Oh, just gonna,
Thank
just
you.
gonna
Oh,
scoot on.
Okay.
Just gonna scoot on past here. Oh,
Ow.
what do we have here? Is this like? Oh my god. It's a hard drive. I don't know if that's a hard drive. Don't quote me on computer parts.
Ew.
You want to be a radio? No,
I don't know.
my hard drive. What's this noise in this game?
There's an item here, but the door closing on my face. I just want to pee it out.
We left Gar.
We did. That's okay.
I'll say if it falls in the porta potty, it belongs to. Yeah, if that shit falls in a for good measures. Okay. Okay. I visibly shook. Oh, hi.
Nuh-uh.
No.
Nuh-uh, get rotated.
No. Get rotated. Oh my god, my friend's playing Battlefield. Oh. Oh my god, the train.
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me.
Oh shitted. Oh. Not who I wanted to see today. That's not a pretty lady. Can I take this whole thing? It's okay. It's okay. Hold on, I gotta fix the much.
I'm gonna try and get Gar. Give me. Never mind.
Oh, did Gar exploded? Hey.
Sarah, shut the fuck up. It is right there. I love you,
Oh.
but shut it up.
Why did she cry? It's becoming like. Oh shit. Oh shitted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shitted. Oh, Mochi left. How dare. Oh shitted. She likes you.
Because they're just clipping through the door and she's just like.
Want to touch your toes? I want to touch your toes. Okay, maybe I have a problem.
Sarah likes feet.
Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the issue. Maybe it's me. Oh, there's Gar's green head. She said green light mean go. Maybe Maybe we take that
I
one
didn't
last.
like that. That was fucked up and evil.
That was fucked up and evil.
There's an item here.
Yeah, I don't know where here.
I don't know what it is.
Is it under? On the chair? It's on the chair.
I can't. Oh my god.
I think that's the last item.
Arena of Time.
Oh no, there's another room. We don't need it. We need it.
Yeah. We need it.
Maybe I should have brought the cart.
And we should probably despawned by now.
Yeah. She doesn't like me. No, no, I don't love you. I don't. I'm gonna go back and get the cart. Because my dumbass is like,
There's a frog.
I'll just run. There's also a big box. This is my box. Oh, oopsie. Sorry, box. Sorry, box. Yeah, move this. What's that noise I hear? Okay, I can put that in there. Bing bang. Bing bang. Bing bang. Hi, Goomber. How wow. Making my way downtown. I was like, what the fuck is that green thing in there? Oh my god, what was that?
Me.
Is that your tummy rumbling?
I'm a little hungry still. I've still got dinner left.
I'm just a little hungry, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck you, frog.
I'm so sorry, my lord. Okay, I think that's
Why
it.
am I scared?
I would not trust me to take the... I've already been in a...
Okay. These frogs need to get in
Something
here.
fell out the cart, I think. No.
No, I think it fell further
I
in.
was lying.
I think it did fall, but I think it fell in. I think I caught it with my little hands. We are playing bepo today. We already killed somebody. You know, guard did roll a 3.
R.e.p.o.
I did say we probably would get you killed in bepo today. It happened already. How are you, Goomber? How are you doing?
I need to do my roll.
I don't know why I'm hiding here. I should get in the ship. I should get in the ship. Do you need a roll? Do I need to do your roll? Can I run? Mochi left. I know, Junior.
No.
Sorry, I saw the Mochi no, or from earlier. Oh, you didn't? Okay, well, we sit here and wait for Gar. You got an 19, you're doing good.
Oh my fucking god.
Would everybody like a harmonica? Gar, get your...
Don't worry.
Oh.
It's on its way. Hey!
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Is she stuck? Hey, so the way you parked the car worked. You parked the car and it stopped her. Oh my god, this harmonica's so dusty. It just tastes like dirt.
Shit went so wrong.
It went so wrong so fast. I have a harmonica. I'm alive. Does that mean you're doing good?
What is this?
Oh, that's... Oh.
A bridge.
Oh, that's... Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's a bridge. Hold it. Hold it and then press E.
Okay.
Wait, let
Let's
it go.
see.
Let it go.
10 and a 12. That sounds about right. That's what you
Oh,
got.
wow.
This one.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Boom.
It's long.
Pick your Cheerios. Cheerios.
Oh. I go get my sweeties.
Ooh,
It is reusable.
that's cool.
I lied.
I want crouch rest.
I want.
I'll just play a little harmonica. My grandpa played harmonica. How?
But what if we got a silly second card?
Oh, sorry, I'm just playing. Yeah, I'm just trying to play the harmonica over here. Play the harmonica, but like just have it in my mouth so when I get scared, it's just a harmonica noise.
Oh my god.
I could get the strength upgrade, but what if I just got a tiny card?
We do like tiny cart. It's the perfect amount. Do you want tiny cart? Yeah. Oh, I hit myself in the face with the cereal. Ouchie. Deliver me.
You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later.
We're having soft tacos later. Yummy! I am.
There we go.
Oh. Every time I try to make harmonica noise, I blow into it and nothing happens.
The ultimate dilemma. Oh, there's expressions.
Yeah! Oh my god, I forgot I can be mad at you. 5. It's telling me what numbers, and I immediately was not pressing those buttons. I like this one.
I didn't get much sleep last night.
Hi.
Whoa, I don't die on us.
Hi. How are you? For one more is... Hello, user. Why is your name 30303030303030303? What made you choose such a name? Sleeping never enough. Oh,
We're like 30,
hitting the road.
30 up, 30 up, 30 up, 30 up, 30 up.
Yeah, yeah. The sickest beat. Where Ollie? No idea. Hey, no, that's real enough. I'm just like, you're hitting a sick beat with that 3030303030 or 303030. I can't. I got a cough.
I don't think I should take a cart anymore. I do not trust.
Why did I pick it up?
Why did you pick it? No!
Wappa!
God!
Let me just set it right there. You got a hat? You got a nice little hat there.
Thank you.
I meant to derive it and I went and just picked it up. I didn't know I could do that. Oh, fool. We're only taking my little community members right now, so some of my friends. So sorry, user. Can you pick up the whole... I didn't mean to pick up the whole thing, but I guess I could. What? Yes? Well... I was like, what is this little thing? Thank you for the follow, user. Thank you, thank you.
I should
Oh my god,
never
it's a
touch
goblin.
anything in my life, ever.
Got anything in there? You need a lift? Just tiny little loss. Just tiny little loss. No, you didn't see anything, Goober. Nothing broke. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, hi, Rio. I hope you're well.
What's up?
I mean, side of you. Oh, green goop. Let me go. Oh, hey, uranium. Uranium.
Uranium.
Now it's uranium. It's not my name. If you opened that up and there was a monster, I think I would have cried. I broke the door again.
Stop.
I broke the other door.
Oh my god.
What was? Oh, that's a baby. I opened the door and there was a monster. Can I hit? I really want to hit him. I need to stop.
You can't just run into him and just... He's probably the weakest one.
Okay, he's gone. I love hitting the
I was
monsters.
gonna say, you could just tumble into him and he'll fucking die.
Oh, sorry. I'm taking the door with me.
Ow.
Sorry. Pardon me. Excuse me. Wide load. I hate that. I keep on predicting things and I don't like it. Whoa. Oh my god.
Stop it.
Did you see how I zoomed like that? Pet the baby? Well, I didn't necessarily pet the baby. Was I holding W? I think I'm stupid.
Uranium here.
Uranium?
Pick it up.
Oh.
Ow.
Let me just scoot you that way. Sorry, I'm just running over you. Oh my god, behind you! Ah, run! I hope you're not dead. Hey, I found uranium. Oh my god, Mochi's being so cute. Game for the first time, I can stop there just trying to boop on the monsters. I still do that, Goober. If you have TikTok, Goober, I posted a TikTok, but literally one of the clips, is me headbutting the chef, the frog, and I shouldn't have done it because it was very low health. Oh my god. Oh, uranium. Ow, ow, oh god, but why did it put me right at your toes? Oh, guy's dead. It put me at his toes. I imploded. You de-imploded. TikTok is banned here. Well. Okay, I need to get Nitro. If I get Discord Nitro, I can show you the TikTok. Goober. The second one is... Oh, wait, no. Shit, Goomber, what up? I think I posted it on YouTube. I'll show it through there. Yes. English, me no. Me no go. English first language, yes. No. Me no. I think I talk like caveman. Me talk. Think? No. Think no. Go. You post on YouTube? Yes. Me YouTube post. Oh, me did post YouTube. Me did post YouTube. It's on YouTube. Post YouTube short. Gibbling? Yes. I hope Gar's alive and it's not just me. And everybody's subjected to me just going caveman. He got 5 like. Me did good. Me think did good. You wait 1 second. Me get you thy link. Okay. I think this work. Confirm. Go. Short. Yes. Yes, me work. Link. Right. This so silly? Yes. Why yes, me silly. Share caveman song in Discord. Yes, caveman song. Anyways, this bitch ass also punched me while I was in there with uranium. Oh, I broke it. Dude, I was editing the TikTok to post while I'm gone. And I broke the toilet. I broke the fucking toilet. That's all. That was the funniest thing. Classical music going. I really like classical music. I really like editing with classical music. I don't know why. It just adds the oomph to it, you know? I'm on a chair. I'm on a boat. So we got a laser. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Oh, hey, you're alive. Oh, I didn't pick up Kai's head. Hold on, Kai. Sorry, forgot the most important cargo. The love of my life, my child. There we go. Dun dun. My head. Whoa, my head. What's that fucking audio? Does anybody have any ibuprofen? That's what Kai needs. Here, I have the next best thing. A doll. Just for you. Oh, a door. I really want to play Lethal Company. I don't, but I do. I miss the silly song. Oh. Well. Does anyone have
any ibuprofen? ... I have a headache.
I have a headache. Yeah, that's me. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. I thought you were a monster. Who puts a vase up on a table? Oh my god. I'm so locked in and focused. I was craning my neck in such a way. We're twinning! Oh, fuck that frog. We're having the ibuprofen. I have a headache. Yeah. Making my way downtown. Walking fast. This is a baby. And there's a baby.
Oh, that one.
I'm just gonna back it up. Oh, he moved. He said, hey, don't touch me. I hear the evil laughter. Meow, 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 meow. Are you gonna put your stuff in? Yeah, you're behind me. Okay. I'll let you go first. You drop it in there.
Go for it. Fire. You good?
There we go. It's perfect. It was crooked. I wanted it perfect. Just watch the clip. It's so goofy. It's so fucking funny. Hello.
Turn it upside down.
That was so fucking mean.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You hella rotated. Oh, good heavens, Mochi is back. I don't know what that was. It sounded like the old man, but I know he's not here. I'm sorry.
Wait, no,
so
this might kill me.
I have you.
Never mind.
I grabbed you.
It's all good. Yay! Yummy!
Yippee! No cam today? What? Oh. Hold on. I had it on and then we turned it off and then I pointed it to
plugged in
Mochi.
my other mic.
Ooh.
I plugged in my other. I said all the wrong word.
You'll get there.
What's this with mouse? So I can actually play the fucking game because the other mouse doesn't have a scroll wheel. Hello.
Doesn't have
Look at baby bat. Yes, with the baby.
No, it does have a scroll wheel. It's just on the side of the mouse instead.
Oh, there it is.
And it's kind of
There's
awkwardly positioned. Girl, have you seen what my mouse looks like?
Just a round rhombus. You don't feel like it? Oh, no, we just turned it on and then I turned it off.
Take a photo of it.
If I turn it on right now, hold on. If I turn on my webcam, it's over there because Mochi was here and then she moved. And then we had it on for the beginning and then I turned it off and then I turned it on and then I turned it back off again. And then I turned it off because Mochi wasn't there and I haven't moved the webcam. That's literally what has happened, Goober. Oh, Mochi's coming back here. Well, Mochi, why are you so robust? Oh, did you close that out, Mochi? Oh, you made it small. Come here. Come here. You can sit down there. I was standing very still. I probably shouldn't stand in the open like that. Oh, she's over by me. See, and then she keeps on moving. So now there's no kitty there. Oh, it's a baby. That's a baby. She's over here now. If I...
Ow.
Hello. It's normal me cam now. Come here. Come here. Don't let the baby hurt you. Come here. Mochi, do you take bribes? Come over here. Oh, Gar has the right idea. We should run. I don't think we should run. Fuck ass baby. Maybe I shouldn't look at that. I think Gar died. Anyways, yeah, I keep on having to move the camera because... Oh, fuck ass baby. There, you get a little bit of that. Yeah, I'm here, and then I'm gone, and then I'm here again. And then I'm gone again. Oh, poor Gar. I'm gonna go get a cart. Everything's going so wrong. So wrong. So wrong. So wrong. So wrong. Okay, let's focus. Miss playing R.e.p.o? Yes. R.e.p.o is very fun. Hey, kitty, you're amazing. Hey, Mochi, you're amazing. Anyways. Just yoink it like that? You can just... Yeah, the mini one is a pocket. Is a pocket. What the fuck is that pocket cart? Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Let's count. There's a baby that way. I hope he stays. Holy shit. Holy shit balls. We're shitting balls here, bro. Hey, that's my friend in that cart. Don't hurt them. Fancy? Yeah, it's quite nice. I want to touch his butt. I want to touch his butt. He knows I'm here. It's like the alien, he knows. Oh, that fuck ass baby. Fuck it. Stop staring at me, please. Okay. witness them die. Okay, fork is fork is right there. Okay. Okay. Okay, we pit stop here. I think it's just Forg and Baby. But unfortunately, there's only one way back to the ship. Third monster, 14 minutes. There's a walkthrough. Oh. You got the third monster? Oh, hold on. I'm trying to crunch my legs. Shut up, baby. Oh, you fuck ass. Move out of the way. Okay. Third monitor. Hey, wait, should I get my third monitor at work? Press and go. What was that noise?
Oh, the heels actually.
Meow. Meow, 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 meow,
Meow, meow, meow, meow, meow, meow. Crunch your
Meow, meow,
legs.
meow.
Shrimping?
Meow,
No,
meow, meow,
no,
meow,
I'm not shrimping. Does this look like I'm shrimping to you? Oh,
Yo.
we got a
Yeah.
train. Yeah, wait, the fuck you mean,
Yo.
What was that? What was What was that? What was that?
Go, are you good?
Oh, oh no.
Hey, well that was kind of mean. So fucked up.
It does a voice effect when you get hit by the train can now.
Did you say quack but like burp?
Does anybody want to become marketable?
Marketable.
Become a marketable plushie. Become small. So I can put you up here.
You little owl.
Yo, look what they got up here.
I'm
Do
gonna
we
do
have
it.
Do we have Granada?
I'm gonna
The
do
duck
it.
bucket.
I'm gonna do it. Ow! Oh, oh.
How do you use this? You just
There.
slam on top of a duck?
Yeah, and it goes wah, 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 wah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, you were elevating. Oh, bye, Mochi. No, no, stop it.
We really getting no help.
Okay, okay. Somebody put this bucket
Sorry.
on me, please.
Give me a second. I shall do my best, my lord. No, I think you got it.
Wow, it keeps on spinning too much.
Maybe I
I am contained.
You can move in that.
Dog snake.
Keep me in my house. This is my house. Welcome to my house tour, everybody. This is my house. How is it out there? What is on me? Is that the featherlight? Oh, no, my house. Oh, no, I broke my house. Oh. I'm me rolling over
You
the gun.
good?
Oh, no.
My legs!
I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. Okay, those ones.
I'm getting the jump.
Give me all your fucking money.
No. No, No, I want the jump.
Oh, I'm
I
fucking
need the jump.
insane.
Oh my god. You sound like a fucking demon in there. Oh god heavens, I didn't even try. Oh. Meow. Meow. Did everybody pick their cereal? Oh, hello. I got
There's one.
Meow.
meow.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't.
Meow. Should monsters a day. Some people be crazy with how many monsters they have in a day. Okay, see we. Oh, you want the bucket?
Maybe. The bucket good?
We get in the bucket.
Not really.
Whoa, you jumped over me. Sick fucking flip, bro. It's okay. It's good for the economy. Well,
Do a flip.
do a flip. I can't. Oh my god.
Oh,
Scared the shit out of me.
well, let's-
It was quiet for a second. I forgot we could talk in that.
Where's material? Material.
But your pockets, but oh yeah, I have your mini cart too.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
You
Mini
just
cart.
put it in your pocket?
Yeah, it's in my pocket. You wanna?
That's crazy.
Oh shit! You can see me actually at the harmonica now. I forgot my webcam's on. I was always
Museum of Humanoid.
Oh, this is.
So glad I grabbed the double jump.
Would you like mini cart?
Oh.
Mini cart.
Oh
Put
my
back in.
god.
Oh my god.
GameCube. It's really heavy.
It's a game?
It's
Why is it so
it's a
heavy?
game and it's a cube. Oh, okay. Let me not hit you.
You?
Ah, cube.
Oh, there's a big ass thing. Wait.
Oh, there's a big ass thing over there too.
Head.
Head. Oh,
Head.
it's a fucking head. Let's just take it this
Oh,
way.
good.
Oh, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Maybe like the fuck away.
Head.
Do it. A head.
Head. How much money do we need? Okay. Oh, I
Oh, this way.
hit the
Oh,
wall.
take it back to.
No, I was.
Oh, you're upside down. Are you okay?
The baby started crying. Don't step up.
Okay. I'm sorry I hit you.
Oh, it's so funny.
What's in here?
That's a fuck ass big ass thing. Is it you? It's you. Did the baby start crying again?
Oh my god, it's a moose fight.
Damn. Oh, I can't move this. Oh.
Yeah, big ass.
I can't.
It's a Zabronki.
This thing's fucking
Oh my god,
heavy.
it's- Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Lift with your knees. Oh my god, wait.
What's? Oh, it's a fucking. Hold on. Going under the lasers. We gotta have a party. Hee hee hee. Alright, we'll stop his helmet. No! Just spray Doc with the water. Pss, 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 pss.
Oh, I gotta put it away.
Oh, see my head! I'll stop holding it. I just want to jam out.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, easy. We did a home and go. Let's just turn this off. See everything.
Yeah, I think we just gotta take it back. Oh,
I'm just gonna let them be. Oh, nope. Wrong thing to hold. Ooh, a race car. Beep, beep. What are these noises I'm hearing? No, not you.
well, time for.
Why is it scary? Why is the music? Why? 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 Oh my god. I'm backing it up. Oh, there's fucking gnomes. Are they? They're running after me? Okay, not yet. Hello, friends. There's fucking gnomes.
Help! Help!
There's gnomes and the
Help!
big man from.
Help!
Let's just put this guy in. Let's just sell him.
Yeah, no. Wow. Wow, that's so mean. Yeah, I think he's in as much as possible.
There's gnomes and a big. There's a big.
Well,
Bow,
the
bow,
gnomes can
bow.
go fuck themselves.
I agree with that. Money. I am gonna take off my headphones really quick, so I won't be able to hear you guys. Be careful of the enemies. I'm just putting my hair fully up.
There's the cut there.
It's too much. It's too much to handle. I have too much hair again. Too much hair. Too much hair. Too much hair. Yeah, with that, until proven otherwise, I'm immortal. Well, you better be immortal. You aren't allowed to leave. You aren't allowed to. So you must be immortal. That's it. And we go this way. Oh, I wanted to turn on my fan. Guys, I'm walking. You want card? Drop in. Box. Gnomes and evil man was this way. So we must be careful.
No.
Fair. Oh, ow.
Hello, I am tall.
Ow.
Ow! Man,
Hello, tall. Nice to meet you.
I broke my leg.
Garlic.
You tell me garlic spread?
Garlic this pillow. Garlic this pillow.
Yeah. Oh my god, garlic the pillow!
Garlic this pillow.
Yeah!
Where's
I can't believe garlic
Garlic looks pillow? That was half English that I just spoke. Garlic pillow.
Go!
Pillow. Garlic. Gar.
Garlic this pillow!
God damn it.
Not again. Meow meow
Wait, I
meow
gotta grab the
meow
garlic.
meow 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 meow. I mean meow meow.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
Meow meow meow. Oh,
Oh, my brain!
sorry. There we go. Don't worry.
I saw egg and then the egg and then my everything is encapsulated. Do you like egg?
Egg.
Hey.
Oh,
hey.
oh, hey.
Like
Egg don't fit. Oh, I hear it. Egg, go this way.
Oh, I'm okay.
Egg. I have.
Egg bro.
It's okay. Egg have many layers. Egg like
Yeah,
onion.
But I'm dead. Egg gonna look angry and then egg try killing me.
Egg have many layers like onion. Like ogre. Should we just sell? Wait,
Yeah.
box.
Bugs.
Box.
Oh my god, it's
Wow.
fun shit.
Oh, I overshot that. Oh, I overshot that.
Oh my god,
Ah,
this is
oh,
fun shit.
oh.
Are you okay?
There we go.
It's the labubu.
It's a la boo boo. It's a la boo boo. It's a la boo boo.
Bye bye.
It's la boo boo. Sorry, I shouldn't. I won't. It's a la boo boo. It's dark. It's very dark in here. Safety is here. Good luck with safety. Other way, this way, this way. Big man,
Look, I'm an idiot, okay?
big man. Big man, absorb. Cube. Me sit
I
cube.
hope he doesn't absorb. Oh my god, there's a tooth!
Oh,
Oh, there's no gnomes.
He saw me. Oh god, they're gonna be after me. Oh, they're after you.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, but they can't reach me, so it's okay. Because I can't grab them.
I can grab them.
Hi.
What is Sky doing?
I can't.
Oh no, is he gonna see me? What the fuck is that? That's what he do. He goes.
Hey, so I think Gus dead.
Did he die? Does he see us?
Me too. Me too.
Oh, no.
Bye.
Gar's not dead.
Oh my god, Gus still dead?
Oh, Gar's fighting for his life. Oh no! What the fuck is
God.
happening? Chaos,
Oh god.
catastrophe. Everybody's
We found this one at
dying.
the same fucking time.
I
knew
know.
it was over.
It
but,
was
like,
Jover.
Damn, I thought he would only grab one of us. It's so Snova.
Snover.
I can't stop saying it with Pokemon in it. I started because of Mystery Dungeon, but now it's so Snova.
So Snover. You want harmonica?
My
Sorry.
friend is playing Vampire Survivors.
Let me
Sorry.
play that again. Do I want vision?
Oh my god.
Suddenly I can see.
Mhm.
Oh. Wow.
Are you okay? Garlic's seen some things.
Oh, Garci's our head. Our head. Or.
R.
Where does yours go?
Charles only grabbed you.
Where's
Where did mine
yours?
go? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my
all the
God,
way.
I'm up high.
I was like, wait, you
How the
died
fuck did I
here.
get up there?
You exploded and
Wild.
shot up.
I exploded.
You,
I like
Exploded.
exploding.
exploded.
I like
Mm.
explode.
What do? Explode. At the car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Gardo.
He's
No,
going.
he might be going the long way. on
Yeah,
purpose
he's-
because like of the trudge.
But the trudge might not be there.
Because I do that sometimes.
Just trudge full force ahead. I got stuck on full. I said full. Why did he turn towards the camera? Oh, hey. Oh,
Oh,
he.
oh.
Man.
It just kind of caressed him with his feet.
Oh. Oh no. Oh, good heavens.
Why does he need to make this aggressive now?
Oh, God.
No,
Okay.
No. Oh god.
He's gonna
God,
get
you
us all.
cannot do this to me.
He's in the zone. Auto zone.
Ah!
Oh,
Leave me alone.
is he okay?
Oh, the trudge.
Trudge.
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
the
yes,
trudge.
yes. He's gonna get us.
Come on. Okay.
Pressing it. Pressing it. Where am I? Ow. Oh, my
I'm
head.
delivering the Krabby Patty to the customer.
Auto zone. Welcome to the zone. The auto zone. Hi, Dorby. How is Battlefield 6? I saw you open it. We lived, Gar. You gave it your all.
Holy shit.
Holy
The
shited.
fuck was that?
Alright, chips.
Mouthful of chips. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Guys, would you like a biscuit? I have biscuit here.
You want a harmonica? Warframe, Jordy, there's Warframe plushie. It's so cute. That's it. That's all.
Health.
You will.
Health for me.
Yep. What type of chips you got?
I don't even know.
Crunchy.
What you eating it? What it tastes like?
It's like barbecue mesquite.
Hell yeah. Go over there, Duck. You were eating it. What it tastes like? Where? It was on my little Steam. Lift me, beam me up, Scotty.
Baby.
Yippee.
Become marketable.
Market. Grenade.
20
Oh. Oh, good heavens! There's grenades up here. Okay. I didn't want to kill my friends. Jordy, it was on just like the Steam. Oh God. It's cold in here. I just want to sleep. Dude, it's so cold in there, but I love being in there. Oh. Hey. Duct tape.
Hello.
Hey, touche, bitch. Oh no, it's floating. Oh, I might die. Okay.
I
Anyways.
love it when a plan like that.
Where did that grenade go? Oh, it didn't move. I don't know why Layer's built so cold.
Elbow.
Oh, did I pick my cereal?
Fuck you.
Is this all we want? Do we want the grenades and the grenades?
I've been throwing the grenades in.
What did I
We should probably grab health.
Do we really need it? Do we? Buy that big one. We have a lot of money. We have a lot of money. No. They fix it.
I'm below half. I would if okay, I would okay.
1, 2. We're rich, bro. We're fucking rich. We're buying all that.
We're rich.
We're rich. Now we're gonna be broke. Don't follow. Shaylin, if we just keep on screaming, we'll keep you awake. And or we'll lull you to sleep with our screams. One of the two.
Oh.
One of the two. I can't guarantee. I have lulled people to sleep while playing Alien Isolation while I'm screaming for my life. Who has the least amount of health?
Me.
Put this in your pocket.
My pocket?
Put that one in pocket. Eat. Put this in pocket. Hold that one. Me use that one.
I failed.
Oh, me eat cereal. Who? Hello and welcome to my shop. What grenade would you like today? Everybody get one grenade. Take your granada. Who wants to stun one?
I do not do grenade. I do not do granada.
You take that one.
Do granada.
Okay.
Get boxed. Oh, we have baby cart. Did we pick up everything? Put in pocket. It's just health.
I can't. Can you put them in your pocket?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you can.
Yeah.
No, I never knew that before.
Rock and stone. Skadoosh. Sorry, so rock and stone pilled. Meow 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 meow. Bye.
Oh my god, these biscuits are fucking tiny. I'm
Sorry.
gonna fry it.
I think I need to wash this sweater. It's been in my closet for too long. Boom. Baby cart there. I try to grab this cart. I'm making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound. Picking it up, stealing all their things. Get nothing. Who designed this? That's the outside world. I ain't going there quite yet. Wait. Hey, excuse me, what? Pardon. Pardon, monsieur. I shouldn't butcher my languages. Elephant. Come here. That's a rhinoceros, actually. Grandma's ashes. No way. Sick ass find. Hopefully I don't break it. Oh my god, I need to be careful. Okay. Oh, I wonder what's happening over there. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Ball. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. I'm gonna take the rhinoceros back. Oh, shit. Shit, fuck. This. Get out. Get. My god. Okay, you are too big to keep. You get in there. Get in that corner. Perfect. Perfect fit.
Drag it.
What's happening over there? Why do I feel leaky? I am warm. I didn't turn on my air.
Hello.
Yeah, wow. I put the rhinoceros in the thing.
Yippee.
Yippee!
We went down an ominous ass staircase. Into
well.
a creepy ass basement.
Well, that's how you get killed. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yikes. Oh, I found my way into a bedroom. What is that noise? No fucking words came out. How fucking rude of her. Oh my god, she's still in this room? Did she just break my grenade? Oh no, she didn't. Oh no.
Stay right there, bitch. Made her again. Walk away.
She fucking.
Do we have a third grenade?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
She did! We did it! It just took.
We killed
Grenades.
Margaret fuck Thatcher.
Hell yeah. Margaret Thatcher, no more.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You scared me. I thought I was about to die.
No, it's just me. I was eating a biscuit.
Oh, hey, a bucket match.
There's something in here.
Well, that's gonna be great for later. Oh, it's still in there? Yippee!
Yeah.
It smells like food in my house. She opened that door so menacingly. Oh! Well, this is a giant place. That's what I'm saying.
I found one of the like very close to the beginning, so leave that one as the last.
Oh, I thought somebody was standing there.
Get her out of the way.
I did it. What? I didn't process a single thing God has spoken to me. It's my favorite little guy. Oh, there's a TV. Oh, I see, I understand now. What the? Oh, it's the chicken.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
That was horrifying.
I'm just trying to be AFK so I can move.
Are you
to
stuck behind the door?
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. Can you like move me away, please? I'm at like 15 health.
Is the chicken still there? Okay. You were bouncing on the door. I didn't mean to touch your nose. I didn't touch your nose. Okay, I grabbed. Oh my god.
No!
What a bitch. Don't lose.
Where is he?
I don't know, he ran away.
Hit it one more time, I swear.
I can't believe he took that out of my fucking cart. He put my little baby in danger. Or your face. Hi. Hi, Gandik. How are you? Sorry, we were going through it. Oh, there's a painting here. Okay, that's sellable. Oh, sorry, I say as I'm stepping on this painting. We just got dicked. Maybe I should enunciate my words. How's Meepo? Meepo is going well. We have died a lot. Already. I think I'm gonna take this back. But it's going quite well other than that. Quite scary. I keep turning my camera on and off. No consistency today. It was a mochi cam and then she left and then she moved and so I moved it, so then I turned it off when she wasn't there.
Yeah, this guy's one nose full away from blowing up.
Okay. Okay.
As is the one in my mini car.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna go deliver and pay my dues.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Ow. You can't drive. I just have to take out my Kai. I don't think there's a top to this at all. Let me shove Kai under the bed. Okay. I put Kai under the bed. Kai should be safe. Where the frick am I going? How are you doing, Gothic, though? How are you doing? We can go this way? Oh, this is the outside. Oh, I see, I see, I see. I see, says the blind man. I hate these doors, I hate these doors, I hate these doors. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna break the toilet. I'm gonna sit in the bathtub. Did you eat breakfast? I did! What did I eat? I actually made an egg on toast. So I did actually eat. Okay, Kai says I found one that was... Oh, well... Jesus Christ, that money bounced. Fuck! Okay. That money was bouncing, dude! Meow 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 meow. Okay, so we saved that one for last. That's what Kai said.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow meow meow. Welcome back. I shoved you under the bed.
Hello, thank you.
Hello.
I should have better internet in here. I'm like top of the so.
Yippee! Yippee! I saved. Oh, you have a whole painting.
Hello.
Hello. What's the painting of? Huh? A
I
mysterious.
grabbed your baby cart and I thought I'd move it out the way.
Where's the second extract's back there still, huh?
Well, we have 3. Let me go see if the other one. I'm stuck on the candle. It's over here. It's over here.
Oh, this is gonna be annoying ass painting.
Yeah, we have a second painting too. Does this have for so much money? Ah, no. This repo man just says, hey, I'll take that. I'll take that. You guys got that?
No.
Hmm. Or you can have a stack of cash, Shaylin. Would you like $500 in cash? Because we're also just taking that. Where's my cart?
Okay. So
Where are the other things? La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-dum. Pocket watch. Ugh, I hate that painting. Another man's trash is another man's treasure. This pocket watch is worth $500 as well. It's more than that. What a cash. I'll say. Yo, see. Yo, I can't quote Amadeus lines from the play.
I'll put on.
Because no one will know. B will know. Car would know. But literally no one else. Well, Car might know. Quoting Amadeus.
What illegal things? Oh, okay.
Oh, not
What
illegal.
illegal schemes are you doing?
Not yet.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing quite yet. Gotta go see what's over here.
Honestly, I might keep this because it has the bomb guy in it.
There's a TP. It's gonna turn on. Please don't turn on. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay, just drag your face on the floor. Hey, I'm weak as hell. I think I'm... Fucking dropped it on the floor. This, however... Shove that in there. Good enough. It's just a TV. There's some stuff over there. How do I drive this? Oh, speak of the devil, it's car. Wee wee wee. No, my painting! Actually, don't know what this is. It doesn't look like a painting.
You know what? Let me get the smoker.
What's happening down here?
The
Whoa!
boss is gonna be more of an issue. There's a spinning thing. Spin music ball.
You got there eventually. Welcome to the land of the living, girl. I am. You did it. You did it. Yeah. Oh. I'm gonna go move a TV. Well, I'm gonna go deliver this. Nope, my goddamn painting. Nope. I really hope there's not a monster behind me. Okay. Because I was in fact backing it up. I can't see shit.
Oh yeah.
Okay. shove that on there. Okay, TV time. TV time, bitches. Hi, Car. How are you, Car? I was quoting Amadeus. Oh no. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Ah. I was gonna quote Amadeus. My health back's on the floor. Painting broken. Painting.
I'm about to die.
Oh, she ate everything. She ate everything. Me too.
It's sort of a case of I
Just
was
hiding.
holding the freaking music box and just spinning, walking up the stairs, and then I just see her going up and I feel oh I'm about to die, and then
I heard that. The first thing I heard after I died. Oh, I'm about to die. Now it's just Gar again. It's up to Gar. We have enough money and we
God, I
should.
believe in you.
Oh, we still have one more extract. But we should have enough money. I should have shoved it in.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, Car, I was gonna quote Amadeus. I was quoting, you'll see.
Oh,
You'll see.
my God. Oh my good lord.
Wait, what's the matter?
Oh. No, I got so a little. You know, I sent you a while ago. Get a
There's your head.
PNG.
Mm-hmm.
I have line work. I have line work.
Ooh.
And there's no color,
Just,
but
are you
lines. Oh, it's.
I just watched Gar trying to put your head into the on top of the boss, and it just missed everything. It went punk.
Oh my god. But he trying his little bit.
Oh, he got it.
You turned into
Okay.
a beast.
Finally, I can be told.
Finally, you are tall. Play, Kai, you want me to play a harmonica for you? I got a harmonica. She got a little harmonica just. Okay, good. Mochi's asleep. And she. Oh, you fell off the vase. You're short again. I'm sorry. You're still taller than me. It's okay. Okay, the really high-pitched ones do not play at all. It doesn't get picked up by the mic sometimes. I'm having to... Yeah, the high-pitched ones don't want to get picked up. And y'all singing the blues. I'm in fucking jail, dead on the floor. Except I don't know how to play the blues. I just know how to go. That's it. And
I need to save this onto my phone and send it to you.
I think I need to tune it. I don't know how to tune a I don't know how to tune a harmonica. The fact you could hear him. You can hear him do a vape break. I hope he finds my head.
His head. Where would I?
Around the corner.
Yeah, that's about right.
In the hallway. Dead.
Hey, I think you should look at what I just sent you when you get the chance.
Where's the frick is my phone? There it is. Oh, it's the little guy. I love him.
It's the little baby.
Beans.
Fucking get it.
You're losing his fucking goddamn mind.
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother, this guy sucks. Nothing was a vape crackle.
Oh, brother,
This guy sucks. This guy stinks. I love SpongeBob. You're so right, Car.
I'm whining.
Well, I didn't want it anyways. Put the fucking heads in. I don't know why I'm sassing him. As if we're helpful at all. We're both fucking dead, bro. I hear
know,
something.
I know. Oh,
I heard.
I am on top of you.
Why is you are? Dang. I thought I heard a monster, so I hope he hurries. I'm watching his butt. Like his... Oh, he's locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Locked and loaded.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, it's the fucking chicken. Eat that fucking chicken. It's touching our
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh god, better fucking move!
We just
God's
put that.
gonna fucking die!
Mother.
Your head is in.
Gonna die! Oh my god, hi!
Oh, hello. Who's alive?
Not.
Kai's the only one alive now.
Son of a bitch! What are the odds?
He fucking pushed everything in, but also everything out.
Oh my god! No!
Was so much.
There's so much I don't know. Put it in the pocket. Put it in the pocket. Hell yeah.
How could this have happened to me?
How could this happen to me? No, it's just... Nah, I'm still dead. You almost got my head back in. At least one of us was in there. You got so far and tried so hard. But in the end, it didn't even matter.
How do you...
Oh. The weapon. The weapon.
fucking noise? I'm paranoid now. Oh, we played it like that.
The chicken.
Ooh,
The
the health is on the floor.
chicken. Yeah, that was my health I had in my pocket. Fucking imploded and it
I
went
wanna
boom.
be a little guy again.
We left the littlest of the guys in charge of doing the final mission. The littlest of the guys.
Okay.
Car.
Word.
Eat the house. Eat it. Eat it. Eat yay. Eat it. Eat it, I believe. Quick, give me a random thing. Cats. Sorry, I default to cats all the time, Shaylin. The impulse in my brain though was the thing as the thing. I've got to do a run. You know what I'm saying? Damn. We can give you, you can take one of our heads from our cart in this. Take it on a run with you.
Don't say this, Sarah.
Huh?
She said, give me a sec. The princess just woke up.
The princess. Hello, princess.
Hello.
Hello, princess. Hello. Oh, poor little Kai. I'm really hungry. I'm not really hungry, but I'm hungry. Just...
I'm gonna grab this cup of cereal.
Oh, I can turn my fan on. Poor Kai. Kai's doing their bestest. My headphones are off.
I am hungry. I could turn on my fan.
What just fell? Nothing. Don't worry about it, Mochi. Nothing fell at all. I'm so warm. What do I want? Maybe I want chips too. Oh.
Hello, princess.
Hello, princess. Hi. Welcome. We're gonna bonk each other now. I tried so hard and got so far. He's deaf. Well, you can beat it. You can beat us up now. Oh, that scared me.
Yeah, it's okay. You can beat us up.
Oh, I almost rolled off. Hey, there's a golden poop.
Oh my god, it's golden shit. You're shit and gold.
Come here. Oh, I fucking imploded. Why is there a stop sign?
looking for the boombox. See if there was a box.
There wasn't no boombox. There was a
We
violin.
could
There
buy.
was a violin. Bing 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 bing. Sorry, I don't know why I imitated it. Need to make sure you knew what I was talking about. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. I am going to go grab some chips real quick, so I'll be right back. You're in charge to make noises. I'm gonna turn off my webcam while I go. Sorry, I haven't left yet. Okay. Oh wait, I'll get you.
Bless you.
I can't turn off my webcam. If I turn off my webcam, then you don't get Nessie.
Not allowed.
Nessie's there now.
Good. We need Nessie. We need Nessie.
Friends on my old phone. I'm like that I lost in
Oh my
like
God,
5th grade
hi.
or something. I lost in 5th grade, and it was just in the couch this whole time apparently. Crazy. I hosted to be a lot night. A guy came up to me trying to give me his number, and I was like, "Oh, I have a boyfriend."
Oh,
And it was
that's
really
funny.
awkward because Gary was actually sitting behind him. He was right there. And he didn't hear what the guy said, but like that, it was awkward.
Oh, the guy was trying to ask you out. Chris told me, and I was like, lol. But I mean, I'll heat it up. Most definitely not. Whatever.
Reasons.
Just need a little bit. Right. My boss is texting me that I need to do corrections on my my time card. And I text him, so I submit the time card.
His job to do, right?
It is. I fixed it. And then it somehow, I think he fucked up. He added another punch. He's like, you need to fix this. So we fixed that. And he's like, all right, well, you need to submit the correction for this. And I go, what do I do? And he just doesn't respond. And I go, I text him back. I go, okay, well, I'm going to go to Cup in about an hour so you can wait. It's one there. And then figure it out.
I'm Monty. Monty's coming for her breakfast.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh wow.
I'm the right side.
I have chips now. The blandest of all bland chips.
I love chips.
Actually, the salty of all salty chips.
Delicious.
I have
I love
Lay's.
barbecue chips.
We have, well, classic Lay's.
That's where I'm going.
I think it's kind of
Put it in the microwave.
Are we ready? Kai?
The cold parts are disappearing because
No, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I think I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Dasha Moon. Gar.
I'm here.
Wake
I
up.
was eating spaghetti.
Hell yeah. But, oh, I guess it's noon. Salty for you? Black Rickler. Liquor? I hardly know her. Anyways, why do you have black licorice?
Oh, damn.
I'm trying to scoop my GG subs out of the tub. And one, it's quite difficult because there's moisture in there. But two, I was scooping with the wrong side of the scooper.
Oh. That is unfortunate.
So I wasn't scooping anything. Just gonna leave it at that. I love how I've gathered you today for this meeting.
We're just pointing flashlights at each other.
No, we said we're ready. Proceeds to not do anything. Ooh, another new cup.
I only threw that one blue bowl a year ago. Years ago.
I need more chip.
My mom said that one time that she's seen a blue bowl that she stopped throwing away all the plates. And I was like, what are you talking about? We had one bowl like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Confirmation bias, motherfucker.
No, we have nothing again. We're broke. Am I lifting this up again?
Double jump!
What?
My fucking double jump!
I am strong. I am strong.
Items in here.
Oh. Sorry, I was too strong. Oh, look, an item.
Manokin.
Oh, look.
Manokin.
Oh
my god!
I hit you in the toes.
Fucking diamond!
Oh my god. Hi. How are you?
Wow.
Hello.
Wow.
I
Hello.
have brain damage.
I'm too strong. You put the stupidest person in charge of the most dangerous thing, uranium. Whoa. Whoa, is everything glowing? Oh my god, if I hold it for too long? Oh my god, do I do damage? Does this hurt me?
Oh, yep.
Does this hurt me if I hold it for too long? Everything's green.
Hello. Have you considered have a monkey?
Oh,
I would be careful behind it.
Car. Oh my god, car has a power saw.
Oh.
Hello, bitches. Thank you for the circular saw. We can get so much done with that. Oh, sorry, little doll. Get in there. I think there's a ball right here. Why yes. I think my ball detection went off. I shouldn't say that, ever. I fear that might be a laser beam frog. Is that a laser beam frog, or are you just happy to see me?
We don't need another drink.
Ball. My ball senses. Look.
That's good.
Now I have 2 balls, everybody.
There's no more.
Look at my ball. Look at my balls.
You want me to look at your balls?
No, I sawed my ball.
You sawed your balls?
Okay, my balls are back in there. I accidentally grabbed the. Make sure I grab the cart. Did Kai die?
That's a good question.
Kai, my little Kai. There's an item this way. I'm gonna sit under here and eat my chips. Hey, there's a fork.
I forgot how to get down.
Does he see me? Oh. Ow! Get up! Get up! Oh, that's Kai's head. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna eat a chip. Open Twitter. First thing I see is a penis. At least it wasn't my balls, bro. I'm sorry, I'll shut up about my balls. My friends are dead, everybody. Kai died right next to a little monkey. Oh, sorry. What the fuck? Corner? Okay, I'm just gonna sit here and eat my chips. No, I think my pay is here involved. Fair enough. Panic, eat my chips. I want to see if there's an item over there. I gotta make my princess and my silly little guy rich. He won't hear me if I... Oh, you... He would hear me if I eat my chip.
That was unfortunate.
That was so rude of him. Hey guys.
Hello.
Welcome back to the loser zone. We didn't make it that far.
Oh.
We didn't make it far at all. Whee!
No.
Back we go.
Being on level 1 is always a run killer.
Is that a hamburger diamond? Wait, everybody look at this. Hamburger diamond.
Oh my god. Wait, no, there's 2 of them. There's one over here.
Oh my god, we could be best friends. Hamburger burger. Hamburger burger.
Burger.
Together. Together forever, everybody. We're all here. Who's gonna be the winner? Oh god. Not the sledgehammer. It rolled at me!
No.
Oh, Kai's toes just missed the edge. Car is weaponized with a hammer.
Yeah.
Car has perished. Kai has a frying pan, swinging it left or right.
I'm gonna get you a Sarah.
Car picks up my head as a weapon. Car almost nearly rolls off the edge. Car uses the head as a weapon, now armed with the frying pan. Slaps Guy in the face. Swinging it, spinning it, drops the frying pan. What a choice. Hopping, Kai now has a frying pan, but Car has a diamond burger. Car has hamburger. Car has a hammer laying right next to her toes. Oh no, Car rolls off the edge. Well, welcome. Yummy! That was really fast.
I'm so sorry I betrayed.
Oh, I forgot it cuts out. Well, I haven't even... Huh? Oh, there we go. I haven't even finished my chips yet.
Well,
I can't believe I didn't die from that
what
grenade.
flavor?
'Cause I was
What
standing
flavor
right on
crisps
top.
did you get?
Just Lay's. Salt. It's just salt.
Oh, okay.
Oh, too late.
I'm gonna hit start, because
Hell.
start. Oh, yes, everybody's ready. I hope they are. I'm making
are
them be
now.
ready. Wow, I was eating so good the past 2 days. Because I was possibly sick, and now I'm eating chips.
Fuck, man.
Nutritional. Making my way downtown. Driving. Whoa, I hate this. I got
No.
drive through the spider webs.
Webs.
Oh, don't mind me. Oh. Okay, picked it up. That means I lost my balls, you guys. I lost my balls. Has anybody seen my balls? I should really stop talking about my balls. Changed my diet and boom, boom, today they fed us pizza. Damn. Everybody's screwing us up. But I'm screwing myself up. I'm one word away from that being a horrible clip. And I almost screamed. I don't scream a lot in horror games. I usually sound like a monkey. But I almost just... Something to me. Man! Old man! Old man! How do I get under a table? I need... Here's my chips. I think he heard my chips, y'all. He's nearby. He kept shooting at me because I was eating my chips. Hi.
Goodness.
Oh, welcome in, Raiders! I'm putting down my chips. I
Welcome, Raiders.
got excited and then I was like, oh, my chips. Thank you for the raid, Captain Fluffers. Welcome in. We keep dying. That's it. We keep dying. Oh, there's a duck. We're just hiding from an old man. I think. Okay, I will give you a shout out as that.
Hello, Raiders.
He's my
My
friend.
name is Sarah.
Many others like
I'm
it.
a variety streamer.
There's a
We do
thing on
mixed
top
bag
of the-
Mondays,
There we go.
Farmly Friendly Wednesdays,
There's a thing
and
on top
Horror
of the thing.
Thursday.
The
Okay.
bookcase.
Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Oh, there it is.
Sorry.
But welcome in, Raiders. My balls. Oh,
My balls are just so large.
hey, so I think he's back. But welcome in. What were you guys playing today? How was your stream?
Oh.
I'm gonna go into my. I'm gonna go into my.
Hide.
Hi. You might die here.
Hi. It's okay.
This is gonna be our safety. Just gonna put that there as I continue to yap with the old man here. Go, please. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid and everything. It was R.e.p.o. Hell yeah. Hi. Oh, the old man's coming. Go raid and run. Take care of yourself. Have a good, wonderful rest of your day. Will he hear me eat my chip?
Probably.
Martin to
loud.
clear. We're loud as fuck, bro.
We only also eat a chip.
Just make it as loud as possible here. That was a nice crunch.
The kettle chip.
I want the like baked kettle chips right now. No, we don't have any. The jalap. What the fuck happened to him, bro? I think he stubbed his toe.
I think he's angry.
I think he stubbed his toe. I think he most literally hurt himself. And then bit your ass. Hi,
He's in a
Goober.
fucking cart.
I don't know what he hurt himself on. Yeah, dude.
Oh. Shit. Oh.
Hey, little guy. I'm gonna get the old man to shoot
Who are
you.
Oh.
No, I'll take him to his. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I shut up so fast. Oh, hi. Thank you for the cash.
Ooh. Gosh.
The old man's that way, so. Uranium.
I got another ball.
Hell yeah. Finally, we're collecting my balls again.
You got 2 balls. Oh.
Stay. Actually, right there. There we go. There we go. Okay. Uranium. My fingy's all greasy from Lay's chips.
Delicious.
I want Captain Crunch. Serious. Sorry, I thought I saw the old man. I shut up. Hi, Games. How are you doing?
Damn, you thought it was the old man?
No, not you. Not you.
Sobbing.
No, you're not the old man. Don't worry.
Am I old?
No! If you're old, what the frick am I? Ancient?
Ancient.
Ancient being with my balls. I think that's everything.
Say ancient.
My balls! No, my grandma's ashes!
No.
Well, Journey back with my balls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I made the journey back with your balls. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, with my balls.
Yeah.
I use chopsticks and fork to eat chips. Well, I could get the gamer chopsticks, but I don't think I could use a fork. That one I think would be very hard to use. Sarah's a ball? Balls. Put that plural on that. Okay? I don't got one. I got two. Don't get that mistake. I'm going the wrong way.
Balls.
Don't get that mistaken there. Me and my balls. I haven't seen the old man and I'm scared.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know where we went.
Why, yes. There you go. Like, come on, car.
Tax return.
Tax return.
Yeah, tax return. Oh.
Oh my god, give it a second.
I want to go. I don't want to be here. The old man's gonna come. I don't want that. Such a bullshittery. Well, yes, it's fairly easy to use. Just gotta grab the chips vertically. I know exactly what you mean, Cooper. I know exactly. I mean, I could just do that with my little fingies. But that's not how the glue got out.
Delicious.
Pick your cereals. I'll use oil, or I can just do it the lazy way. Too many chip. Too many chip.
Too many. Bumble wings.
Grenade.
Wings.
Shockwave.
I'm grabbing it.
I don't know what this is, but I want it.
Yippee!
Oh,
Yippee!
Oh,
Yippee!
do we want anything else? I feel like.
Hello.
I said you fucking flying. Oh no!
Don't put me in that. Don't put me in that. No. No.
You freaking go fly.
Target practice.
Oil on my things. It's to the point that I bring microfiber cleanse. That's for real. Okay, I'm purchasing. Oh, I almost stepped in it. I almost said, okay, pretty light, I'll go towards you. Let's go, bitches. Get in the car! Get in the car! That's so real, Goomba. I hate the type of oil that this is. Because, like, I feel like it does not leave you. Also, the cup of today. I only got 2 choices. But it's Waifu in Wonderland. Graciously donated by Doc. Pretty lights. Pretty lights. Why do you look like that? Why Taxman look like this?
collects taxes. You expect?
You right.
He's hungry for your taxes.
He needs yum yum yum. Hi. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you?
Bye. Bye, Shailene. I love you, Shailene. I can. Sarah, bully me. I didn't bully you into it. You wanted to send it.
No, Sarah's bullying.
No! I'll bully you into a beautiful birthday gift.
Delicious.
You don't have to give me anything. If you do, I will cry.
Oh no, I tried to turn off a
You're
webcam. It
not
didn't click.
legally allowed to give me anything.
Wiggly. Fuck you. Wiggly, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. I'm lifting the cart. Fuck you,
You're
levitation.
lifting me and my car.
I cast levitation.
The doors.
Ball. Hey, I got a bigger ball this time.
Oh my god, your balls.
Shit, your balls are huge.
Yeah, they are, bro. Oh my god, do you see how many uraniums? Look at this. Fine
I
China.
have the $600.
Yeah, but I have uranium. A lot of it.
You mean? Oh.
Oh man.
Uranium. Whee!
Oh, okay. What was that? Oh, fucking gnomes. Don't break the fucking uranium, you stupid ass. You stupid ass. They're hitting. They're hitting.
Uranium fever.
We get there in a second. Hey, Sarah.
There's gnomes. I'll put that there.
Considered.
They're gonna come break it.
Oh, dude.
Bigger.
Oh,
I need my ring. I need my ring. I need my ring. I need my ring. I'll get it. Yippee. Where are the gnomes? Also, why? Wait, why, what? Why, fucking... Oh, okay. Uranium.
your balls.
My bowls?
Sarah, your balls.
My bowls? Oh, my
There's more.
balls. My balls.
There's more. Your balls.
I got two mess. What the fuck was
Who's
that
fucking
noise? Two massive balls. I don't know,
I
this...
don't think that's gonna fit in there.
I
Nope.
don't think you can fit them both.
Don't worry, I'll drag my balls. Don't worry, I got it.
Sorry, don't mind me. Nah, I
You just want to hold my balls.
Dragging your balls.
You just want to hold my
Okay,
balls.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
I see your motive. You just want to touch my balls, don't you? Why is this stream about me and my balls? I ran away so fast.
What's wrong with the stream about you and your balls?
You're so right. You're so right.
Yeah.
We'll drag our balls across your face. No! I'll move the ball. I'll move my ball. I'm sorry. My ball's just too big. I'm sorry. I should put my other ball in.
Wait, I have.
Oh, I scooted a lot more closer.
Sorry, I had a time. Everything okay?
I just looked over it. Just see her in it. No!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
What is it? What is it? What is
Oh
it?
my god!
Oh,
There's a guy down there.
hold on, moving that. Shove it in there. Put it in. You put it in. Yippee!
Oh, the fucking slow-mo talking is so funny.
It's a lovely.
It's super delightful. Not the slow-mo here. I think I have to take my ball out, bro. I think I'm gonna take my ball out. I'm gonna go drag my ball, okay? It's okay, I'm strong, you guys. Dragon Ball Z. I love Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z is what I grew up on. But these are my balls. Now. Look at them. Look at my balls. I'm so glad my webcam's not on.
You're having fun with your balls, but
Yeah, I am. I think I like it. Yeah. Monster! Big drudge!
well, we got
Drudge.
this way.
Should we just pay the tax man?
Pay the tax man. Never pay the tax
Yeah,
man.
but why would we pay our taxes?
Well, he's gonna kill us.
I'd rather not.
Champagne!
He can. He
Oh, maybe
can
he'll
say
accept
please and
champagne
thank you before he
instead of our
murders us.
taxes.
Hey, guess what? Oh, I want to go to pop.
trying to do?
There we go!
Yippee!
Yippee!
Anyway,
Oh my god, look at it go. There, have some
it is
champagne.
foaming all over me.
Oh, it broke. It
Thank
broke
you-
in.
Thank you for Thank you for squatting the fuck all over me. I greatly appreciate it. Are you okay?
I'm making
chips. You okay?
Yeah. I'm fine.
You okay?
What's going on in here?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, don't worry about it.
Just me and my chips. What am I worm?
Oh, whoa, princess.
That was a lot of chips. It was really salty. Hey, my ball.
Oh my god, there's two! You can have one big one and one small one.
Sorry, guys. My balls are just a little bit deformed, okay? It was like that since birth.
There's a diamond. Can I pass this out to you?
Yeah.
Would you like it?
My ball! My ball! My ball rolling!
And then there's the uranium.
Come on. There we go. One big one and one small one. You probably should go to the doctor. You're so right. It's okay. They're special. They're my special balls, Shaylin. Shaylin, I hope no one ever from work ever hears me like this. You're allowed to. Shaylin, you're allowed to. No one else. I'm taking this.
Someone clip this. Wait. Sarah, come back. Wait, come back.
I'll take it.
Crown King.
You drop your crown, King. Never drop your can. I want noodles. I say things like that all the time at work. No one at work ever hears me talks like this. You just gotta know the room.
Ow!
Oh, sorry, I broke the door. My bad. My balls are.
Oh my god.
Hey, I heard something breathe. And it wasn't us.
Me. I've got a stuffy nose.
I don't think it was you. I don't think it was you. I got the money. Let's run. I don't like that big number. Big boom. Big number. No, small one.
That's gonna get us.
Is not normal. One that hangs slightly. Backing it up.
Bye-bye.
Are you alive?
You guys okay?
Oh. I put myself in the cabinet.
I'm involved.
Oh my god. No one knows my true colors at work. The unhinged gremlin that I am. Only some performers know. Kind of. Not really. Only some get to hear the random noises I make sometimes. As I struggle.
Still walking about.
Are you still walking around?
Still walking around.
I'm just drinking, sorry. Meow 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 meow. Sorry, I thought the mannequin over there was a person, and I stopped singing out of genuine fear. Did Kai die?
It's over there. I don't know.
Well, that's quite rude. We need to go over there. Meow 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 meow
I
meow.
didn't die. The trudge nearly got me.
I hear a car.
The trudge tried to grab me, but it grabbed the door instead. And it was mean, and it was staring at me and table.
Oh, I see him. I'm going under the bed. Meow 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 meow.
Sometimes I was my best friend.
Press 6. I think he's right there. Oh, he's walking away, brother. I'm quite suspicious of this.
Nice.
Which way? Can we press it?
Oh,
Oh, is this? Nope. Oh, shitted what up? Oh, shitted what up? I'm lost.
he's following. He's following.
He's following? We have to go this way.
Coming.
I hit the door. I got it stuck.
Oh shit.
I got my... Why did I have to take on this outskirt? Oh, I broke the door again.
That's okay.
I have a door problem. I don't know how to use doors. Put my ball in.
Ball.
Thank you.
Ball.
Okay. Time to run. There's nothing else. Meow, 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 meow. We did it.
Guys, the trudge keeps fucking following me.
I know, he's quite rude.
Yeah. He's quite mean.
I'm just, my eyes are wide open. My eyes are like this. Gnomes. Oh, that gnome was scared of me. He saw me and then did a U-turn. Oh, they're going after.
Oh.
Come here. I want. Oh, behind. Did Car die? No, Car's alive.
Please stay safe. Carl, there's no. Carl, be careful.
I can't grab them. I'm useless. Okay. Let's go this way. He's coming. Misa chirping. Misa's scared. Misa's so scared right meow. I died. Why did you did it? Why did you did it, Shadan? 1, 2. Okay, I can count. I have 2 little beans with me. Come on, little beans. We must run. We must run for our life, little beans.
I am running.
I ran out of stamina. I can no run no more.
Broken.
Your Wi-Fi went beam me. Why would Wi-Fi go bye bye? Isn't it? Beam me up, Scotty. Please. What's that noise? What is that? It went off before. I'm looking at my phone. So, I don't know why I announced that. I don't know why I announced I'm looking at my phone. It just seemed prevalent. Meow, 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 meow. Hammer. Oh. Oh, Gore. I don't know why I actually called you Gore for once. Red. Or I can't see anything. I love you. I hope you're well. I give you. I'm so proud of you. For what? I don't know. You're just doing amazing, sweetie, and I love you.
Goodness.
What fucking exploded?
That was kind of rude.
What does that mean?
Is that?
Did I do that? Squeak. I love you. Run.
I'm taking strength.
I love you. I'm so proud of you.
I want to be strong.
Look at you fucking go. Look at you fucking go. You a manager now. I see you, and I'm proud of you. I love you. It's so cool. No, you're so cool. You're so cool. You're so cool and awesome, and I'm so proud of you, Ren. I'm so proud of you. Look at you go. Look at you fucking go. Also, candy store. That means free candy, so fuck yeah.
Ooh, I love candy.
You're dead. Damn. Shayla, I love that. How R.e.p.o, it goes. We had one good round, and then Car woke up, so Car took over for Car, and then we got in and instantly died.
So you're saying it's my fault?
No. We instantly died because Forg. The Forg. We were too...
Oh.
Oh my god.
I'm not
Fucking
gonna do
let
that.
one loose there. So bad, please don't die. I know that the sound of my cheeks are alerting the guards. All of the monsters. The sound of my ass clapping is alerting all the monsters. And my balls. My balls are too big. Oh, did everybody pick their cereal? Whoa, I didn't mean to throw that cereal such aggressively. Such aggressively? So aggressively. Hey. What if we buy second cereals? Hey, does anybody else want a second cereal? I know you're in there.
Maybe.
I know you're in there, Kai.
I was grabbing my charger.
Oh, did you get? I just saw you run that way and I was like, where did you go? Did you want second cereal? Pick second cereal. We're so rich.
If that's okay.
We're so rich. I don't buy weapons.
Jump?
Yeah.
Can I go up to jump?
Oh, it's like hanging there. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see your neck.
Middle of the night,
I can't see that. We're too good.
It feels like the middle of the fucking night, but it's only like 9 p.m.
That's crazy. You were going to bed so early when you were sick, that's why.
Yeah.
It helps you. It resets your clock.
Early being like 10 p.m.
Hey, that's early.
Yeah.
I gotta hit my safety guy with the famous resting bitch face? Damn, why'd you hit him with that? Oh my god, we got beeped out a lot.
I need my jumps, and I need my quote and then
We eated a lot of cereal today. We eated a lot of cereal. On the road again. On the road again. I was gonna look up the GG subscribe. Want to see my neck? Back. Bisexual vampire gonna bite me? Oh my god. I know, I was trying not to finish the whole set. BB, not BB no money. GG. GG subs, Jesus.
Baby no money.
I love baby no money. Baby.
Baby nose.
Baby nose. Nothing.
Infant no dollar.
Infant no dollar. What a statement that is. Infant no dollar.
I got something.
You got some? Oh, you sure do. Let me move that out of the way. Let's just carry him. They added fuck ass? Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, he's enough! Pull him out! Pull him out!
Oh wow. Oh goodness. It's so expensive.
I know. Let's tilt him up. Okay, he's right there. I'm just gonna try to scoot him. Nope. Okay, he can wait right there. You wait right there, sir.
He's fine.
He's
still
okay.
Creepy, actually. It's like a jump scare.
Oh my god. We placed him so poorly. He's just spooky now. I just see him. Oh, I don't like how you closed the door. It made it look like he closed it. What's that noise? Why did the music start like that? I am a bisexual vampire. I want to be a bisexual vampire again. That costume goes hard. That's a dark, scary hallway. Let's see what's down here. Now give me a random thing. I mean, I said cat earlier. What type of thing are we talking about? Because every time somebody says thing now, I think of the thing.
Oh, we're not gonna
that
get this
thing.
Out of here.
What
we're
is
not
it?
Gonna get this out of here.
Oh,
We're not
heck.
gonna get this out of here.
Hold on, we're checking
Why
that.
is there a piano in the basement?
Okay. Okay, we're gonna turn it. Okay, we're gonna get this. Why is this fuck ass? I need you to turn. I'll use my face. What was that?
I'm so sorry. I slammed that on your face.
Did you hear the ghost?
Car, are you okay?
I don't think Car's okay. Hey, there's
I don't think Car's okay.
I think I'm gonna crawl into this safe. No.
No,
We're
it's
continuing
okay.
this mission.
It's not there. I think there's a huntsman here, but we're committed to get piano out of this basement.
The head! It's a head! Get in the safe. Or not. You know, you have options. Turkey based. Or
I'm under the table.
didn't hear you, cat, because I was heading out on a run. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I closed the door. I said, He's hitting the piano. Sir, we worked so hard on that.
That's quite mean. That's quite considerate my feelings. Oh, he saw me.
I think he saw me. He can't get me though. The piano's in the way. This is a predicament. Oh, he got me. Hey, he's at. So he bit my toes.
Oh, the toe biter.
Well, that was kind of rude.
He's a toe biter.
Let me go grab you.
He chomped through the entire piano.
That's wild.
Yeah, that was a lot of money. That was 40K. Oh, I was looking at the GG subs. That's what I was doing. What? Is today Thursday? Is today Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. I don't know what day it is. Oh my god, I just gave myself a heart attack. Kitty subs. Oh, that one's cute. It's Bao. I love Bao. I kind of like the alien one they came out with, but I'm so cat-coded that I'm like, nah. No. I just want the cat cups. Give me more cats. I love cats. I do love Bao, though. Bao is very cute. Well. Kai could have enough money. We left the big statue.
Yeah, well, the statue basically is all the money.
Yeah. Kai put head in, and that, and then drag statue in. Big money.
Big money. But
I love that you're always dead when I walk in.
who was that?
I hear God.
I just walked in and went, how is it you're always dead when I walk in?
Hey, okay. It's quite rude.
I drove.
Said you're mean.
Yeah.
Just percent I could have.
I don't know why they had to go over there, because it's the manager's job to
The manager. I'm looking at my phone. Those shoes.
Damn it!
They're both gone.
Oh no.
Statue freaking fell
Mario,
over.
and Destiny are gonna be gone.
I'm gonna go grab other things to get
I
13
drove
out.
late at you.
And
That's what I said. Let me get through
it's
this next
it's
week,
annoying, actually.
and I'll let you know how I feel about that.
I did
and
the
then
silly.
we can make
He did it silly.
I did a fucking silly.
They did it silly.
But I'm like, dude. Half
They
the
weren't
other
gonna be
people will
bullying
also
me
throw it.
in the
Decades.
fucking chat.
Why would-
I've been asking everyone.
I should get off my phone.
Maybe, but she's like, man, I think she's asking you personally.
Oh, I should get off my phone. I should pay attention. Oh, One Piece.
I think it's because she's supposed
I
to
love One Piece.
give you
Sorry.
the hours,
Not sorry. I don't know why I'm saying sorry.
but
Cat.
one person's getting most of 8.
Sorry. My harmonica.
Follow me.
Harmonica. Just like one-upping my harmonica. Like, let me just pull out my train.
I got a train.
You got a train in your pocket, or you just happy to see me?
Whoa.
Oh, whoa.
I'm happy to see you.
Yay! It's so funny to me.
Downstairs, big balls. Like,
My balls?
downstairs, big ball.
Those people.
My big balls. Me. Mine. Me.
She's gonna leave me alone now.
Me.
So you shouldn't leave them laying around.
Yeah, they're just worth so much, you know? Gotta give someone else a chance to maybe experience big balls.
They're just so heavy.
Yeah, okay, I can't carry them around all day. My back be hurting. Dum dum. Hi, Mender. How you doing? I have my glasses on. I just see my little guy's mouth just. I forgot I could do this.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're spinning in a circle. Oh. Or. Damn.
Bro, did you just call me a whore?
No. What else?
The paintings are so creepy in this game.
Yeah, they're horrifying. That's a bird. I got really eepy. Oh my god. My head got eepy. I'm so proud of Kai. Kai's so locked in.
Honestly.
So locked in, so focused. I can't say shit. I keep on predicting things, so I'm not gonna... Just gonna continue typing. B. Oh, it's Grandma's ashes. Look at that.
Dude, these ashes are worth so much.
Oh my god, my knee hurts. I think I should stand. Commencing standing. No one can see me stand. You all are levitating. Oh my god, my knees, they can crack. Oh my god, I need to crack my back. I should stop cracking my back, but it hurt. It needs to be realigned. It's probably not the best way to realign my back. All of my joints are cracking. Guys doing their darndest.
Are you supposed to get that safe out of the...
Neat.
What is it?
What the hell?
There.
Where's my Heather slipper? I only have one. It's too far away for me to reach. I gotta wash clothes, bro. I don't. I do. I should. I want to go to sleep. What if I play classical music? Some good old Amadeus.
Amadeus.
Amadeus. Amadeus. Oh, Kai's locked in. Kai's doing something.
Sleep stream.
I'll just put my sleeping back on this on the screen again.
There's actually nothing on this map.
7.
Like, at all.
Oh. I don't know why I try to open up the map.
I don't know what to do.
Amadeus.
I
Was all the money in that
physically
stupid
cannot see
piano?
anything. There's nothing in there. There is 7,000 in here.
7.
I don't know if I'm just missing things. They might. But I can't see anything.
Went under my desk.
Okay, well that was kind of rude.
Kind of trying to mind their own business. Got fucking munched on. I don't like the little tentacles. This little nose. Is this little eyes?
Oh my
I don't
god.
know what to do.
Oh my god, he broke a door. Amadeus. I think things spawn in after a certain point. But I don't remember. But I think the entire money on this map was that stupid piano.
And the statue.
Oh, true. And the statue.
It
Frogor.
was that piano, and it was that. And I feel horrible because I think going.
Yes, I do have your stream unmuted, so I can be able to hear you. So I
Real
can,
as hell.
communicate with you.
Darn it, Phil! Sorry. I can't believe they're real.
Oh my god, Dan and Phil! Oh my fucking god. Don't bring Dan and Phil up.
I can't believe they're real. Anyways, I think things spawn eventually, Kai.
Man, I wish British people were real.
I don't know.
I don't think they do. Anyway, my guys, like, I don't think they do.
I mean, either way,
No idea. Oh, hi.
we do gotta find
You stop.
something to murder
It's
you.
actually quite rude.
Except that guy. We don't want that guy. Maybe we want that guy. Oh, you opened a door by doing that.
You broke the door.
Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. Amadeus, Amadeus. Ah, fucking hell.
I think it sounds like a weird thing to say, but I think
Amadeus,
I'm going to have
Amadeus.
to kill myself.
Genuinely? Might have to end it all. Baby, no.
Like, I wish I was kidding, but it's just. There's just nothing there.
Sorry, Auto started playing in my head. Who the freak is this freak?
Doc, you're not allowed to do that.
What's
I'm
that?
gonna fight you.
I hear myself. I can hear myself.
Double Sarah.
I want to hear myself. Fuck. No.
I'm so sorry if you can hear yourself.
No, it's so entertaining. I want to hear myself. That sounds so narcissistic. I want to hear myself. No, because I sound so crunchy and it's so funny.
Oh, okay, sorry, you continue, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm turning my microphone off now.
Oh, he was on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the other side of the wall. He is
Still there?
still here.
I saw him through the wall. That's why.
I'm gonna let him kill me.
He is real as hell. I'll support it. In this case, Halo.
Oh,
Halo.
welcome.
Wrong person. Welcome. Amadeus.
I feel so bad that I fucked it.
That's fine.
Nah, yeah, you didn't fuck it. Oh shit.
Oh.
We're going.
Yeah, but I'm the statue.
Oh, it's coming back to haunt you. The statue is here.
Oh my god, have you considered big uranium?
Have you considered? Hold on.
Big uranium.
Ow. Hey, we done very nice. Oh, you got a T-set.
Beep beep, that's a car.
Me. Car, it's you.
Car. Cars.
Alright, hold on.
Oi.
I'm weaponized. Fear me. What did you do?
I tried it.
I genuinely can't hit you.
Oh my god,
Sorry, back off.
I can't believe you've done this.
This sledgehammer grazes our face and we implode. She has her teeth set.
Wait.
Yay!
I got crown.
Everything.
You do got ground. Meow, 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 meow. Public humiliation.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. Princess.
Hello.
Oh, well, princess.
Hello, princess.
Oh, well, princess. Hello, princess. Hello, princess. Oh, well, princess. I think I'm not okay.
He will. Well, princess.
He will, princess. Yeah, well, princess. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Putting on the chapstick. The little guy's mouth goes toom every time. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, I'm standing. Okay, do we want another? Boys and girls? Boys and girls? Grills. Grills.
Baby grill.
I really was trying to say grills, but it was coming out too close to girl each time. And a second time I was like, oh no, okay, let me change it to grill. And then I said girl. And I'm like, no, not girl. Grill. Grill.
Correct.
Where's up, baby grill? Boys and grills. You know, I got any grills in the chat?
Hell yeah.
Any grills? Grilling up some barbecues. We do got a grill in chat. Look at that. Hi, Nikki. Got any baby grills here?
I got hello.
Right there. Right there is a baby grill. That's it.
Sorry. There's no
There's
no filtering on this microphone like Discord.
No, there's not. Except for the harmonica. It doesn't like to pick up the harmonica. The harmonica is, hey, whoa. Too much. Too much, buddy.
You get to hear my yawning in all of its glory. I'm so sorry.
Hell yeah.
I went out the house for an hour today and I'm completely shattered.
You black whore. That's fair. It'd be honestly, it really be that way. Whore. Do we want one more? And then call it after that, probably? Nice, short little, fun little time.
We could do one more.
Okay. I'm gonna hit it. You know, I gotta hit the other button after I hit it. A nice little short string today, so I can go pack. And
We can do it. We can do it. I believe,
Okay, gang.
in us, princess.
we can do it.
We can do it.
Princess, we can do it. We can do it, princess, okay?
We can do
Okay.
it, princess. We
You
can
guys,
do it, princess.
we
I'm
just-
inside your head. There.
we just need the money, okay, princess? Princess, we just need the
We
money.
need a weave, princess.
We need to put. Okay, line up.
We need a weave, princess.
Get it.
Sorry.
Are you awake now? I'm sorry. I just witnessed cargo from this to suddenly whoa, like it was in the mid close. That whoa, I was like, whoa, you awake now?
Sorry.
No, I was holding all the buttons now.
Sorry.
Okay, we do business. We are going to take the money. I forgot my webcam's on, and everybody can see. We're going to take the money, and then we are going to sell it. And then afterwards, we're going to rob Taxman. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
What bad could happen? Let's go! Let's go, soldiers! Somebody drive me. Chauffeur me. Yippee!
Oh,
I'll get the door.
me with the worst, like,
Awake now?
the worst thing.
This is why we. Oh my god. Biggest fan.
And sorry, princess.
I'm a big
Sorry,
fan.
princess.
This is a
Big fan.
princess.
Oh, yeah.
Campus.
What is another thing? Another thing. Is it on chair? I think on chair.
Let's see, got chair.
Diamond.
Diamond.
Big diamond. Wee. Ooh. Glitch.
It's morally
I'm so
correct to
sorry.
rob
I'm
taxmen.
so sorry.
In fact, don't pay your taxes. What are they gonna do?
That was
The
probably my
government
fault,
is shut
honestly.
down.
I think I jumped in the way of the gunman.
It was just that everybody looks at each other and just glitch. My ball! No! You're smacking my balls around! Put my ball back in here. In here.
Down.
Oh no, my balls. Oh no, my ball fell out.
I can't believe your balls fell out.
I know, sorry. They oh.
That is. Ow! I can't believe I hit you with your balls.
Oh my god, we're not competent.
Oh, dude, I got cash.
Hell yeah,
God,
we're
there's the fucking guy in here.
the fuck guys in there. The fuck ass guys in there in the duck. Oh, I can't hide. Okay, I'm shutting up. Oh, oh no. I think I've seen shit. I see you over there. I see you. I see the little duck in front of you. I'm on the other side.
Which other side?
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Okay. Bye. See ya. See you, buddy. Turn this off now.
I've got the duck. Wait, I've got the duck on me. This is a really bad decision.
Oh no, my business.
Get out of there! Get out of there!
Okay, bitches. I think Evil went in here.
This duck is my friend now.
Duck is my friend. This duck is my friend.
Yeah.
Down.
Oh, there's a.
Sorry, I just got a little excited, you know? Are you...
When I get excited, I explode like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you help me pick it up? You just a little excited to see.
Just get a little excited, you know.
Oh my god, it's not even late at night. It's not even late at night for either one of us. It's not super late. What's wrong with us? Oh my god.
Tower. I found a PC tower in the pistol.
I have diamonds. I don't know why I said diamonds like that. Diamonds.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Shine bright like a diamond. Oh. What's in this little room? Why is this so scary in here? I have an ocarina. Hello, would you like an ocarina?
Princess.
Princess, what is it, princess?
I don't know. I can't see it. It's not here.
Oh! It's on top of the coffee maker.
Oh my god. Oh my god, a wing.
A wing! It's okay. Oh, the PC fell off. What was that? What fucking fell off? I heard that. I heard it, but I didn't say it.
Me, I fell off.
Absolutely falling asleep deprived Luby. No! Shaylin, wake up! Okay, Shaylin, probably how we talk does not help you at all. We sound absolutely batshit insane. Wake up, soldier.
Shit crazy.
Wake up, soldier.
I can grab the PC tower, and you can grab the card.
Okay. Wake up, soldier.
So many PC parts.
I just dropped a whole shit ton. I just dropped a whole shit ton of stuff. I'm gonna check over here. I thought that lamp was a monster.
I mean, it might be.
It wasn't. It could have been. Yeah, right now, you are about your crazy. You should be proud of that. You're so right. Oh, you're proud of it. Hello and welcome to my office. Do we have a meeting today? Ooh, look at all my trinkets. This would be in my iPad. There was no diamond here. I don't know what anybody's saying. There was no diamond. There was never a diamond here, okay? Never. Could have been an email. This meeting could have been an email. This could have been an email. Why didn't you just email me? You know, just call me. Making my way downtown, running fast. I'm out of stamina. Just your little eyes, scared shitless.
I ran out of stamina.
Butter it in.
A little silly.
I don't like that. There we go. I'll grab the door. Oh, come here, door. The gaslighter, gaslighter, gatekeeper, girl bosser. That's me. Gaslight. This car don't look right. This car don't look right.
Where am I?
Car, get in here. Why is there like... What is the thumping? What is that thumping noise? Why was there like a thumping? Da-thump, da-thump, da-thump. What the fuck are you listening to over there? It's you.
I don't know, is it?
Yes. Is Scar watching something? It's very funny.
It is.
It's very funny sounding.
A YouTube video.
What's he talking about? You got game on his phone?
It's a game I don't.
Oh my god, do you have games on
Deadlock?
your phone? Do you have games on your phone?
Deadlock?
It's Deadlock.
Deadlock? 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 I love Deadlock. I love Deadlock. Deadlock. Good. Deadlock? Deadlock. Oh, hi skeleton. Sorry. We're just gonna steal from you. Cereal.
Stealing.
Oh, there's a frying pan.
Cereal choice.
Health.
Oh, cereal.
Cereal. Stamina. Manipulate. Man-spread. Manslaughter. Right there, you heard it here first. Manipulate. Man-spread. Manslaughter. Did you pick your
Well, I'm
cereal?
already doing 2 of those things.
I guess I could
You can
manipulate.
Get a sandwich too.
I hope it's manslaughter. You're swatting man? What's this? Oh, what's that?
Oh my goodness.
It's a bear trap. Don't trap me.
That was a little rude.
That was a little rude. I'm sorry.
That was a little rude of you.
Okay, cereal's picked.
My fucking eyes.
Can't spell manslaughter without laughter.
Johnny.
You know you're right there.
Louder without
Johnny.
law.
You're making your way downtown.
Go make
You can do it.
Make my way
way
down.
downtown. Walking fast spaces past them homebound.
What would happen if we just...
I don't think anything would happen.
I explode and die.
Awesome.
I'm in. If you don't get in at the time, and it's been, then you just explode.
You imploded. Implode.
It gives you like 2 seconds, and then you die.
I don't care about crystal. Which ones? Oh. I guess it don't matter.
Oh yeah, which one did I choose?
We both had the same one. Intellectual. Pick up your cereal. Cereal, everybody.
Sorry, I was
Cereal.
messaging my friend.
Do you need time to message?
No, it's okay.
Continuing.
Just like that.
Road chip. In the road.
Yeah.
Oh, my shoulder.
Yippee.
Yippee.
I wonder if I can play. I need to see if I can try and play Pokemon later. I need to see when it comes out.
Oh,
I need to see if it's got a midnight release.
Making my way downtown.
that was rude.
Ow! Oh, oh.
Hey,
I was targeted.
No one. Oh,
Sarah doesn't
ow.
love us.
I was zooming.
It is confirmed. Sarah doesn't love us.
No, I love you all. It doesn't help that I'm not. Hey, y'all, there's nothing up here either. I can't get on the bed. Jumping on the bed. I'm gonna fall. Ow. What happened?
I found a cube.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just being rude.
I was just like, oh, like what? Hello. Hold on. Let me get this side. I think we're weak as fuck.
We are weak as fuck. I can rotate it.
Can you lift us? We're weak.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, I got enough. Fucking running for my life. I broke the door. Okay. Okay. Not okay. Not okay. Not okay. Old. Old. Embezzlement or trading. It's so scary. Can he shoot me under? Crystal? I think her crime was crystalline. I can't kill him. Car's dead. Sorry, I was trying to punch.
No, you don't understand. I was like on top of a barrel and he was trying to get me. And he just like, I was holding car like directly, fully up. Like just fully facing upwards. And I just watched him like pass, bonk his head on a car and then like walk straight past. I was terrified.
Oh my god. How much money do we have? Okay. Carefully.
Also, using TTS still alert the man. He can hear TTS.
How rude of him.
Yeah, he's not allowed to use.
Yeah. Somebody just rip his ears off.
No, somebody already did it to his eyes.
Well, okay, he's mean.
Some ashes.
Hell yeah.
It's his car's ashes.
Oh, my wife.
That's fucking dead. Where is everything else on this fucking map?
Well, probably where he came from.
Yeah.
It's that
I
fuck
think
ass
it's not
noise.
space it is.
Oh,
I
there's
think it's
fucking
just-
gnomes. There's gnomes. I'm gonna put this thing in. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, you might as well.
Full speed ahead. Beat the shit out of them. Fuck yes. Yeah! Yeah!
I got injured. They killed
Spit on him.
me.
Just like a two.
You don't understand the scope of how I have to keep running and just holding the fucking
Firing a missile!
Whoa, so sad.
How? Let me give you health. Let me give you a bit
Oh,
of...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I clipped you. I do apologize for that time.
Killed.
Are you okay?
I've been killed.
Let me give you a little bit of health.
Am safe? Am scared. Ah, monkey. Nobody can do that dog. Oh no. Maybe somebody can. Special book.
Get hit. Now
In there?
you live a gnome.
You guys. My big ball.
Oh my god, your balls. Oh my god, your big balls.
My big ball. It's back.
I think it's that big. I think you need to go to the doctor.
Nah. Just
Look
gonna.
at this guy.
He knows what's up. He's the coolest wizard.
Real.
The coolest wizard around. Meow 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 meow. Hush. To be this way. Drop off the ball. Yes, it is. Drop off my ball. And go pick up the other things. Yippee! So many people who've done. And they have regular names? Damn, not the regular names.
Oh, on some ash.
Ooh, hell yeah. Add it to our ashes collection. Let's go pick up a widow Kai. Maybe? I hope Kai's over here. Hello?
Alright.
Kai. Okay. Oh, that's a big. Who puts a vase on top of a bed?
Hello, sorry, I have been marked
Kev. I think somebody didn't like that I just damaged their vase.
Oh, goodness. This is a big thing of ashes.
Yes, a lot of ashes. We got a big business here.
Oh, we need a rotator.
That's all I had.
Need it. So
Probably
we can get
huge.
through doors.
Good enough.
There we go.
I think we have enough.
I think
Down,
we
down,
have
down, down, down,
Yeah,
down.
because that's 19, and then we've got 3 in.
Yeah, my balls were 3. At least 3.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm a great driver.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready, everybody? Run for your fucking life! I have no stamina.
God, I got no stamina.
I know I have no stamina either. Okay, we just have the fuck-ass man and the gnomes.
That just means we gotta shut the fuck up.
I can't shut the fuck up, though. It's fucking gnomes.
Oh, I think I saw one.
Saw the gnomes. To the left, to the left. Down and down, to the left. Not the gnomes. The guy died. No. The fuck-ass gnomes. Oh, God. I don't... Oh man, fuck-ass man's there. Meow, 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 meow.
Last time I literally ran it. You shot me.
Oh. Well, that's not good. Oh, the gnomes are back.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, I think old man's gone. Running!
Run.
For the gnomes come!
Back to the land of the living.
Yeah! Oh, thank God, he started the car so fast. I hate when he takes his time. He's just like, oh my God, you guys made so much money. I'm like, please, get us out of here.
I love being stared
That is,
Greek game.
What do I have? Ow, I slammed myself in the face. Hi. Cereal.
hello.
What would you like?
Yes, I was,
There's one health or a
Yeah.
jump. We might be able to get both. Oh, I love these stupid
jump.
bolts up.
I legally have to take jump every single time I see it.
Go.
Jump. I need a jump.
I think.
Is it okay if I also get a medium health, my lord?
Why, yes. Why, yes, you can.
Thank you.
I
Thank
think.
you.
Oh, my cereal. My cereal. Everyone.
over here.
I think we can afford to get a second cereal. Car, if you would like a second cereal. See how much this puts us. 23. I might switch that out. You pick cereal. Map count upgrade.
Their cereal.
Ty got cereal and health
So
pack.
yeah, I got health. I feel.
Maybe I
feel
get 2
busy taking
stamina.
anything else.
You can get a stamina. It's 2k.
Are you sure?
It's 2. It's worth
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Do we have anything worth 3? 10, 8, 5, 12, 9, 2.
I can always throw somebody up for a granada.
We're broke. We are officially broke. Yippee! We're like little jumping beans. I love you, dog. Be safe. Get home safely and everything. I turned my webcam back off.
Yes, dog. You stay home. You stay safe. You get home safe.
Oh, I need to fix my headphones.
Alright.
Itching me.
Okay, so what did I get? I got.
Which ones did I get?
I know I got. I got a strength. We each get 1 stamina, and then we all got something else. I'll take this, and then you got health. Eat your health. Eat your food. I know. You immediately start jumping. I'm like, eat your food. Eat your food. I thought I didn't hit it. Consume thy food.
I did.
I'm proud of you.
You're proud of me? Yeah.
Oh, don't cry.
Whoa, Wednesday.
It looked like a little gremlin when I turned my webcam back on.
Ow. It was. Oh. My leg.
My leg. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Traveled over your head. Oh, come here. I just like throw everything in here. I don't like that you backed up into that room.
Would you like a rhino though?
Wow,
Would you like
yes.
a rhino?
It's me shopping, just like, oh, you just put that one in? Oh my god.
Put that one in and put that one in.
On the spot.
Ball.
What did you find? Oh my god, you and Bull.
I think ball roll.
Ball roll. Ball roll for real.
Oh, there we go. Ball in. They ball in. Ball!
Ship. I think we need to take that back.
No. It can work.
I think we need to take out the rhino.
No. It fits.
To put my balls in.
It fits. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Made it fit. Oh, no one's here to see it. Was music speak? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Uranium. Oh my god. It is.
Uranium.
Hey, guess what?
Uranium.
More balls. More balls.
I didn't even fucking say.
Okay, I'm gonna take this back. I'll be back. Gotta drive slowly. Oh my god, my ball. What'd you find? My ball! I hope I don't back up into a monster. No, you stay in there. My ball. Yeah, what the fun? Oh!
I'm trying to drag a painting around.
Let me get this. I'm gonna go right behind you real quick. Sorry, I'm in you.
Oh,
Really?
well, this dream come true.
Ow! Oh, I gave you health. I got the back end.
Oh.
Okay, if we put this in...
If we put it in, then it'll be enough.
Yeah.
It's 4,000.
We slide it in. Lay it flat. Put the garden! Ta-da! Big money. Big money. Why he looks so greedy? His greed sickens me. Oh, I forgot my cameras. Okay.
Nice.
Onwards! Time to go find Kai again and find more balls. I sold my balls.
More ball.
Oh, I can fit through these corners. I can do it. What's this way?
Lead on.
What an interesting room. Oh, furnace room. Do we got anything? Nothing in here?
A diamond ring for you.
Oh my god. Oh! I have ring for you as well.
Yay!
Yippee! I think that's it.
Empty save.
Damn. Crazy. Nothing. Oh! Uranium.
Delicious.
Oh. Mode weak. I don't want to be weak. I am strong. I promise. Hello. Hello. How are you? I love you. I love it. Bellow. It appears to me. I don't know where I went. I need to not stand like that. Oh my god.
I have no idea.
Oh, back it up. Back it up. Backing it up. Hey. That's quite mean. He held a hold on me for too long. He had a hold of...
What?
It was I, man. I backed out of that room and backed out of another room and he still was looking at me. I hope.
Maybe he just really liked you.
Oh. Oh.
Can it stop?
Oh.
Can it stop?
No, what is
It's
that?
kind of just really ugly.
Hey, that's...
Kind of really ugly.
He is really ugly.
It can only do like 2 health per health, but like, it's mean.
Why won't he leave?
He's been
Why is he backing it up? Oh, I was like, where's Car? Right there.
Tormenting me.
I have no Dutch.
He broke some of our things. At least he didn't break the uranium. Oh, there's things out here. Where are thy things? Woke up at 3 p.m. Damn. So it should be a good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Kodiak. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. How are thou? Back it up. I've been awake and I need to pack after stream. I'm gonna panic so much. I'm not gonna panic. There's something right here. Right here? Huh. Panic. Yeah. I have to come up with outfits. I have to make outfits. What's upstairs? Something? Yes. Yes! I found it. Ocarina. I got me an ocarina. I'm gonna break the ocarina. One of these days, somebody's gonna get really mad at how I pronounce things. Hello. I need to put him up. Oh, I almost hit you. I'm letting go of the car. Fork, get in. I sink.
I have some
Champagne. There's one more thing in
I
there.
haven't explored a couple of these rooms.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on the shelf.
Picking it up. Putting it in. Nom 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 nom. My lips are dry. Yeah? I see you.
Throw a TV down.
Okay. It's like we're moving IRL. Oh.
Real.
Okay.
Have you got it?
Yeah.
Ooh. Wee.
Oh shit.
I didn't mean to jump in front of you.
Fuck ass TV. Meow. Frog! Fork! Chef! Can we go under this? Are we under it? We're not under it. We're not under it.
No. No. Get under here. Get under here. Help! I'm gonna die. Never mind. I lied.
Oh my god.
He only did 10 health.
He only managed to hit you once. He missed.
Yeah, he did.
Oh my god. I was scared that he was gonna ping pong and hit me.
He's still in there.
He's hitting all of our things! Oh my god. Can I go under this one? Am I under here? Oh, I am. Okay. Oh my god, get under here. How did I get under there earlier? Fuck you, you fuck ass. I hope we didn't lose a lot of money. That's all I care about is the money. What? I really want to touch him. I don't want to touch him. That one's just gross. Hello?
Hello?
The bitch ass was hitting all of our things.
I know.
Oh my god, Gore's cough scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Okay, I think we should get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go deliver. Kai, are you alive?
Hi.
Okay. Start running. That's a mood. What? It's downs?
Yeah, downstairs.
Okay, good.
I put a couple of things in there.
I just wasn't sure if whole.
Anyway.
No hole. So no hole? Oh, that's this. Where am I? I gotta stop making jokes.
Hello.
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 Zero stamina.
It's okay.
I'm scared.
We know your opinions on Hull.
Oh.
I.
Oh.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Keep backing up. Keep backing up.
It's
Keep
okay, just back up. There you go.
back it up. Back it up.
Yeah,
To the
you
left.
Oh.
To the left. To the left.
Left.
To the left.
Your left.
Ow, fuck ass hit me.
Oh my god.
There's a frog. Hi, Chef. Oh, Chef fell down. Oh. I'm sorry, Chef. I'm sorry, Chef. Oh my god, they're bullying you. They're bullying the chef. Well, that was kind of mean. Chef was just... Excuse me. Excuse me.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Hey. Meow, 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 meow. Can't believe I just jumped over those guys. Oh, they made it. I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm coming.
princess.
Hello, princess. I jumped over those little spider things twice. I said, excuse me. Pardon me. They also...
Heard that and was like, okay, I know you're behind me.
Yeah, just jumping over them. They were also bullying the chef. The chef kept on seeing me and being like, I'm gonna knife you, and then they just knocked him over and he fell. And it went about like 3 times, and then the chef just walked away.
Good.
Chef said,
Good.
I'm done with this. I can't handle this work environment.
Knocked all the stuff on the floor.
Oopsie, did I do that?
Oopsie.
Oopsie. There's another jump.
Extra
Can I have
jump.
triple jump?
Hell yeah.
Can I have
I
triple
need
jump?
something from my other desk. I can't reach it.
Range.
Instead of just being a normal person, taking off my headphones and walking around to the other side of my desk to get something on the other desk, I just went out under the desk and struggled.
You know what? Good for you. Good for you.
I did it though. I did it. Why are you outside now, Shaylin? Is it cold? Too cold outside? Oh yeah. What? You tell him.
Crunch
Yeah.
ASMR exclusively in my left ear.
It's lunch time for Shaylin. Lunch. It's lunch. I feel I just did the peak dance. The way that they dance in peak, just like. Anyways, we're rich.
Silly.
I am silly. What if I get 2 stamina? Oh, I should get strength.
Double the stamina.
Strong
Can
Strong
Can I
cafe.
get proud trust?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, we have.
Yippee.
It's only 3 of us, and we have 45. What you eating for
also get
lunch? If I get lunch.
Bonk.
Launch.
Well,
Launch.
Bonk.
I need you. Okay, stand up there. Stand up here and then just
You were, like,
stare.
looking down a little bit.
No, I wasn't. Look just like towards the ship. Launch. 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 Like you completely dropped out of view every time. Guess he's gonna be the new white person. Strong.
Hello.
Stronketh? Stronketh. Stronkethy?
Me.
Stronkethy. Garlic parmesan. Pita chips. I love it. I love the sound of it.
I heard garlic.
Garlic?
Garlic parmesan.
Those parmesan pita chips? Gar, I didn't know you licked those parmesan pita chips.
God, I didn't know you could lick.
Hi, Haunted!
Me.
Welcome in. Damn. Gar's licking everything today. Gar licked the pillow? Garlic was the pillow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pillow.
In the
Oh
museum.
my god.
Garlic the pillow.
Stand,
Yeah.
stand on top of me. You were on top of me for a second.
Stand on
There you go. Totem. Totem. Oh. Totem. What if I become small? You jump on top, you become small, and then you jump on top.
I think he was fun.
I don't. You were just. I'll look straight.
That's cool. Oh, wait.
This is. Oh, that doesn't look.
You're just lighting off of me. You're like caressing me down.
Oh, I got the worst.
Oh my god.
screenshot. Oh, you're gonna hate me.
Please.
This was your view.
Oh my god.
Tapped out of the game. Give me a sec.
Oh. I can tell when I'm like on you because I can't jump anymore. R.e.p.o, but what actually is it? Repossession. So we're going in, we're finding things, taking the money, and we're avoiding the monsters, but we're also dying by the monsters.
The game pics.
The game pics? Okay.
Look in the game pics.
Hold on, where's my Discord? Game pics.
We were talking about it.
Oh my god!
What? Why this is-
I'm so glad I have evidence of that.
Oh my god. That's so perfect. Haunted, you got a 12. God, that's so fucking it's the fact she's looking down too. Oh my god. I'm buying this. Violence. Violence. Can I?
What's going on here? Who else are we over?
Trying to like, I don't know why I was gonna tilt my head as if that would tilt the pan.
Oh my god. What were you
Let's go. Oh,
Let's go.
hello.
Go.
I am.
I earned that card.
Diabolical screenshot. Don't mind me.
I was talking shit on the bed behind me.
Damn.
Damn.
Talking about how you ran into a wall.
Yeah, I fucking heard it. Oh, Gar licked all my chips. Gar licked all your chips, Shaylin. Oh,
That's just me.
well, no, I didn't get this one. Just dropped it on the fucking floor.
I bought this one.
You got.
Just open on your phone.
So I can see chat.
Yum, yum. You know what my comeback to Gar is? That's it. Defense. Ow. Defense mechanism. Gar owes me $5 Disney. Damn. Gar owes Shaylin $5 Disney.
What the fuck is this?
Whoa.
Where did this come from?
Why did you look at my face like that? What are you looking at?
I don't think you'll like them because they're all.
Let's go. Damn. Oh, Gar's voice scared me.
No, it's like
He sounded like a monster. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stay. No. Stay like that. No. Get down. Get small. Okay. I couldn't speak. I was just trying to get you in there.
Are you being bullied?
Stella, can we go to McDonald's?
Yeah, well, you want? We'll get you anything. Here, let me just like shake you up.
Have a monkey.
I can't believe you're shaking the baby.
Like your little
Shake the baby. I'll leave you in the middle of the room. Nothing possibly bad could happen. What? Get back in the freaking car. The baby has escaped. The prisoner. He's escaped.
It's okay, because I found your ball.
Uranium. Uranium. Oh, hell yeah. Not just any of my balls. My big ball.
Your job is flawless here.
Ah, thank you. Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, that's the bow tie guy. We need to move out the way.
The bow tie guy?
He's gonna try and blow.
Oh, the
sorry.
chicken!
Yeah, he's gonna
The
try and
rotisserie
blow us.
chicken. He's gonna try.
Yeah,
he's not gonna succeed.
Yeah.
Listen, no one can.
might succeed.
Remind me of cheese from Foster
How much
Home
you
and
like it?
cheese. I like
Oh my
cheese.
God, oh my God,
I like
oh my God,
potato.
Oh my God,
I
oh
like
my God.
chocolate milk. I like
Yum.
cheese. I like chocolate milk. You.
Oh, I'm
It's
so
good.
sorry.
You're right. My balls. Move. Move.
Oh.
Hey, he's coming.
Oh. Thank you.
Uranium.
The ball guy is coming. Oh shit.
I was trying to take a drink, Kai. Uranium. That was such a sad. He blew me. Can I hit him? Hey, how much health do I have? 100? He's gonna blow me.
Oh, I'm getting burned.
Oh my god, what's happening? Oh my god, everything's happening. Yeah. Catastrophe has hit.
What is happening?
I just watched the death.
Catastrophe has hit
A
today.
lot has happened in 2 seconds.
I'm traumatized.
Sad harmonica noises.
Of course, of course.
Is that one? We got.
Alright,
Anyway, let me go.
let's get this
Let me go
right.
get Sarah.
Harmonica
Oh, it's
noises.
still in there. It's just kind of staring at. Oh no.
The high pitched ones doesn't really work.
Ooh. His
Actually.
hands are a little
His hands?
creepy to me.
His hands.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Oh, Kai. Oh, Kai. Oh, Kai.
Bye bye.
Oh, Kai. Oh. Okay.
What am I supposed to do this for?
It's fine. It's okay.
Oh. Okay. Harmonica for good luck for them.
I would like you to know the room it keeps walking into, that is in fact a dead end. No, it's not a dead end actually. I thought it was a dead end. It's
Nothing
not.
comes out of this one.
Okay, that's good.
Something comes out of that one. It's just that.
That does in fact mean
High
that it could be
pitched.
anywhere, though.
Can I have no more instruments in my room. How is everybody?
Creepy green goblin mask.
Would you like grenade?
Gabbling. Goblin these
Oh, I
nuts.
don't know how to use that.
You just hold it out, press E, and then run away, basically.
Do you have any more chips? I feel like you know when you eat Captain Crunch and you like obliterate the
one
top of
won't
your
kill you, it'll,
roof of your mouth?
stun people.
That's what
So you have time to run away.
I hear somebody.
You can also press 1, 2, or
Oh, my big ball! They found another one on my big ball. My big balls.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's Sarah's ball.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're supposed to put it. Not really room in the.
We could just plonk it down.
Did that with my pita chips? I think I did that with my other with these chips, but I don't think I did. Something did it.
I don't think it's supposed to make the noise.
And it's annoying me because I'm like,
What's
this is
wrong
not
with
right.
the ball?
Anyway.
they're calling my balls weird.
There we go.
I'm being
Yeah, I
We-
saw
I'm not being too expressive, but I'm being so expressive today because I just. Oh, I had a cup of coffee and I'm having more energy. I should bring a GG subs this weekend. I'll probably bring a little powder.
Oh, another
Hello.
ball.
Can I bring a water bottle? I should check Twitch policy on water bottle.
I don't think this is gonna fit in there, so I might just walk it back.
Meow 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 meow
Or do you want to
meow
walk it back and I
meow.
can take the cart?
Water
Yeah, I can
bottle
that ball.
policy. Policia. Paul. I can't fucking spell. Paul. Policy.
Let me
Policy.
do my best to make
I
this
missed I
cart
that time.
in one piece while I have
Meow
Oh,
meow meow
while I have a significant amount of that.
meow 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 meow. Oh, not Twitch. Hold on, I should be specific. TwitchCon. Meow
Nothing's
meow
matched, okay.
meow meow
Whee.
meow meow. Meow 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 meow.
Let me grab your hat.
I shouldn't be left alone, and I'm being left alone because I'm dead. Continue here. Meow, 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 meow.
Put this and
Twitch corn bag policy. I'm pretty sure I don't need a clear bag, but I just need a small bag. Wait, oh, I'm alive. I'm gonna be alive again. I gotta work. Yeah. Oh, that was this.
me.
What was that loud noise? It's like. It's like nothing ever changed. Oh no, we missed. Oh no. Okay.
You guys so lovely.
I love you. I can't believe I did that immediately. Sorry, look, we're taking you around. Look what we got. Look, we got you a goblin.
Oh my god.
Insert Gar's monologue as the goblin. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna deliver you right to these fucking villains. I'm gonna shake you. I'm gonna shake you in the car.
Wow. Wow.
You're gonna.
Anyway, we found some more.
Oh yeah, I saw. I got excited. I got excited because I saw it in your view, and then you guys also were like, "Oh my god, we found Sarah's balls." I'm just gonna draw my ball. It's fine.
Damn.
Oh hey, I can drop my ball in here. Yeah, it's okay. You know, I gotta drop a ball or two one time. I destroy your welcome in. Short stream. Okay, well we haven't died yet. Yay. We haven't. Oh, so precariously placed in there. We haven't died yet, Doc. Okay. This was the last round to do. So once we die, well, then we're not. You don't love us, Doc. You want us to end. I know what your answer is. Sorry, I'm just being dramatic today. Also, Destroyer, welcome in. I hope you're well today. We're playing some little bepo. We have 3. Meow, 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 meow. Hi. How are you? Oh my god. Sorry, I just saw Kodiak open up a game. He's spitting at you? I have like 1 health. I have 1 health. I was about to hit him. Oh no, he's after me. I wanted to smack him in the face, and then I realized that I had 1 health. Doing good? I'm glad. I'm doing great. I'm dead once again. Oh, that's my own fault. It's what I get for going after enemies and trying to fight them. Take a ba.
Car hide.
Badika.
Rope. Like
Rope?
Right there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, spaghetti. Anyways, we're gonna go back looking at Twitch
Sarah
stuff.
die again.
Yeah.
My friend opened up.
Silly like that.
My friend. What did Jordy send me?
You know, just trying to get it Sebston, I guess.
What the fuck? What did Jordy just send me a blank message? My friend opened up Dale and Dawson's stationery supplies, and I really want to play that game again.
Anyway,
But a new update on 30? Yes, I am. I need to go back and watch some of their updates.
It's really heavy.
Because I've been watching the latest ones, but I'm very excited.
Rotate it into the cart.
I love this game so much. I really do. It's so fun and silly. Oh,
Yeah, but if
he's gonna spit.
position it in such a way that we can try and like rotate it.
Oh. Damn, he threw himself back. Oh, where's he going? Is he okay? Oh.
Well, that was just kind of rude. I guess I just got down on a wall, my god. I don't know, like...
New monsters? Yeah, that's what I'm excited about.
Oh.
That's why I haven't watched to see any information about it, but I've seen the video just sitting there. I'm like, okay. I love their like.
Oh
my god, the
That's okay. I'll pretend I did. But yeah, no, this
I love watching the update videos. They're so funny, and I love the team. The team just seems so nice. Oh my god.
so sorry.
Oh, okay.
Everything went to hell there.
I found uranium.
Uranium. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Glad we can gather repo people. I love repo. As well as I do love horror games. Small little horror games like this too. I miss backrooms.
No.
I've played through so many of the backroom games and I want more. I really did like the classrooms, but I think that's done. I think I was mean to a dev one time, mainly because I kept on falling off the edge and I didn't realize it was a dev. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I was falling off the edge and I didn't know what was happening.
Whoa.
I wasn't mean, I was just kind of like that, hey, I keep walking off and I keep dying. But it's me. I'm the stupid one. But the classrooms was so much fun. Ball!
Oh, dude, I found another ball. Oh,
Oh,
Ball.
another ball.
there we go. I got it.
Same Z's. Look at them. Look at them hardworking. Okay, I was looking up stuff on my phone.
I got me some alcohol.
An alcohol?
Alcohol.
Okay, I want to go grab a drink. So I'm just gonna hide them.
It's friend's 21st.
Don't do that.
Oh.
If I die without you.
Okay, we were looking up stuff for TwitchCon. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Hold on.
Chat pass, don't care about that. Don't care about Always fashionable. They're always fashionable. I want a fanny pack so bad. Oh, Car has a bomb in her hand. Okay, that's for the... I do wish I had a fanny pack. I don't think I have one. I might have one. I don't know. About TwitchCon.
Oh, my mom's calling me.
Oh! What a inconvenient time to get Artist Alley. Oh, damn. I think Car might have enough.
While I answer my mother.
I didn't mean to slam my desk with that. I just like rubbed my desk. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, desk. I love my fanny pack. I use one. Yeah. See, that's why I have. They're both Africa. We'll go here. I have my bags, and I usually use those when I go to like Disneyland type parks because they're big and they're also themed for that. So I'm like, I have enough space. But I really want a fanny pack. Like, sometimes I don't want to bring anything in. But also, I'm a chronic, I pack everything in my bag. And by that, you want snacks? I got them. You want medicine? Got a whole sorts. You want a spoon? I also got metal spoons in my bags. Yeah. I might see if I have a fanny pack. Or like the crossbody fanny packs. I do like those. Sitting in the sunshine and watching sparrows hop until... That sounds so magical, Shaylin. I love that. That sounds so magical. I do. Okay. I have a lot of stuff in my bag. Especially when it comes to my work bag, because then I will have my headphones for the day. I will have specifically... Oh, Shaylin, you would be so sad at looking at my Jurassic Park book. But I've had my Jurassic Park book in there. I've had my iPad in there. I've got my notepad in there. I got a pen. His car just standing there. Oh. I have another pouch inside of the bag that has other medicine, that has a whole bunch of lip stuff, a whole bunch of other medicines. You want 2 different types of lotions? I got that. You need a book sleeve? Yes, I do. Because one, I don't mind destroying my books. I like that personally. I know you don't. That's fair. Did this one get a little bit too beat up? Yeah, because it lived in my bag during fan because I was like, yeah, I'll read while I'm on the island. I never did. So it was just living in my bag. Unprotected. So the cover is destroyed. It looks like I've had this book for a long time. Like I got passed down this Jurassic Park book, which makes it look very, like, very old and authentic. It's very funny. No, I bought this like a couple months ago this year. The spine breaking is completely on me, mainly because this book is so fucking big That part I don't care about. The cover, it literally got bent so many different ways. It's crumbled. The little edges are ripped. It's very funny. This poor book. Jurassic Park went through it. Specifically that book. None of my other books have ever gotten that bad. Just Jurassic Park. But Jurassic Park really went through it, bro. I have so much shit in my bag. It's awful. It's wonderful. I love having random stuff because somebody will be like, oh, do you have this? I'm like, yes, I do. You want it? Got you. I'm a chronically sick person who's either sick and needs some medicine or is sick and needs food. So I have a lot of random stuff in my bag. Oh, a yellow finch. We have the finches here all the time because we have a bird feeder. But I love seeing we have the red and the blue jays. No, blue finches and blue jays. Yeah, I'm a knife. Oh, the money.
My mom's trying to call me.
Okay.
Before I'm here.
I'll put you. I'm gonna hit you, and I'm gonna put you in a corner.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry, that took a lot more.
Okay, I'm gonna call my mom back.
Okay. I put her upside down. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. I put her upside down. How close are we to the ship? Okay, so we're gonna go this way. I have 1 health. Okay, Kai should be there. I'm not strong enough to do that. I think maybe this way. We're gonna go on a... Oh, no, not this way. Okay. I don't think I'm strong enough to lift it up, so I'm gonna leave that. It has to be this way because we've done those ones. Okay. Oh, is that the little baby that throws shit? Oh my god, I'm hiding. I hear big stomps. I hear big stomps. There's a big stomper here. Spill the weather. I can spill. Oh. Is it the guy who blows? That was so mean. That was so mean. I was hidden. Anyways. I think car's gonna be fine. Oh, car flipped over. I should have put car in a better spot, but I was trying to put car down into the crevasse. Didn't work. Oh, there's an enemy by... Hi? No? Okay. We're fine. Anyways, how's everybody else in chat? How's it doing? We should see if, safety and accessibility. Let's see. Because I'm just trying to figure out about bags. Oh, somebody is getting closer to Kai. Okay. I don't think they should see Kai. I think they heard me. I don't know. He was pretty aimed directly at me. That was kind of mean. I should have just ran. Airspace object restriction. That's definitely about drones. That's so funny to hear. Bag restrictions. 10 days will be subject to security standard by the including bags. Small, medium bags are small medical bags are allowed, but must go through additional screening and be tagged. Okay, please leave backpacks, luggage, large bags at your hotel or home. Backpacks purchased at the event are not eligible for re-entrance. Use small, clear bags. Well, you're getting a small bag. That's going to be jammed with things. And I'm so sorry, TwitchCon. I have no. Wow. How's... Okay. Car's okay. Car's okay. Car's okay. Oh, the big chicken. Oh, there's a staircase there. It's like the big chicken just like float up. No, big chicken walked upstairs. Simple as that. Big chicken, walk upstairs. Okay. We're going through all of the, where can I sit at the event? That sounds so stupid, but it's so real. Me being, you, don't worry, Kai, don't worry. I got targeted again by the big chicken. Car on phone. We leave car. I just check on car, make sure car live. Let's see. Illegal notices. What was I going to check? Oh, water bottles. I don't know if I can bring a water bottle into the convention center. Because I would like to bring my water bottle. But I don't know if I can bring it or if I can bring it and have it empty type thing. Because I know some convention centers are a little funky about it. I think the last time I went to AX, they had us empty out the water bottles, which was fine. You just had to empty it if there was anything in it. Which I'm fine with doing, but just like, can I bring water bottle in? Let's just check. San Diego Convention Center water bottle policy. Hello. Oh, I don't know why I said hello. I'm dead. One empty plastic reusable water bottle. The metal or glass bottle, but metal or glass bottles. Okay, so I'm gonna bring a plastic one. Why can't I bring metal one? Why can't I no bring my Owala? I mean, I probably will still bring my Owala, but I'll just bring it to like. Oh, what is it called?
Yeah, that cube is can stay there for
The hotel regulations.
Yeah. This way.
What about some tumblers are not? I can see it. Oh. Why did I just hear a big monster behind Kai? Let me check on car. Car's doing okay. Okay, we figure out water bottle. I have a TikTok open up on my phone that I wanted to watch. Oh, please open the drawers. No, open the drawers. Open them.
Sarah, get in there.
I died in there. I was dead in there.
It's no good.
I can't believe it killed me in there. I need to crack my back again. Oh.
Yeah, right? Hey, my guy.
This is what I get for having, like, no health.
But have you considered...
Oh, it's one of these where it's down
It's
below.
right past you.
I need to stretch.
I'm so sorry if you can hear me say. You know,
Car still left.
I did a silly. Cool. I spilt water entirely on my shirt. And so I had to change my shirt. When I went to go get water.
Oh my god, it's spinning. Oh, little thing's coming up. It's right behind me, isn't it? How rude.
Yeah, but that can stay there.
At least Kai found me. That's all that matters. Oh! Fucking a ring around the rosy. Fine.
I tried. I tried my best.
Car's on the phone.
No!
Car's Afka too.
No.
Where you found my head, I was hidden in there. In the
Yeah.
big fucking chicken. The guy who blows, with the door closed and everything, still found me and killed me. With the door closed.
To death.
I know, exactly.
Can't believe you were blown to death. That's wild.
SUV from a body shop? Damn, what the hell, Doc? I'm so sorry. Look, we're all stuck here.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Staring into cars. Big ol' eyes.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
Cars. Having a moment. On
I
my
mean-
screen. She keeps like moving.
She's like swaying.
It's kind of teetering.
Yeah.
Her little legs are like dangling.
She's chilling. She's straight chilling.
I need a post all the like millions of screenshots that I've taken today.
Yes. Those? How did I get it? Damn. Didn't know it was you, Doc. Damn. It all adds up. My camera cut out for like 1 frame. How can we entertain ourselves? Okay. We're gonna do this. YouTube. Turn the browser sound on. Ooh, Outlast. Oh, they did release the trailer. Hold on. Doing this.
All my photos.
Outlast. Jesus Christ, I accidentally clicked on an autofill on YouTube and it went to Dan and Phil Scary Games. I was like, I didn't even type that in.
Too bad. Go to Dan and Phil.
Okay, Outlast Trials. I need to find the official Red Barrel. I fucking love Red Barrel. Copy. Go here. Jorby. Paste. I will hydrate in uno momento. Paste. And then game news, and then paste. Bow, 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 bow. I will listen to that later. Okay, silence, but occasionally. Ooh, broken by memes. Do we want memes? Pikmin!
I love Pikmin!
That was really loud, wasn't that? Oh, okay, hold on. Gotta see how loud the Pikmin was. The big man's coming by. I like the metal pipe one. No, occasionally, rubber ball. Dodgeball. That's what it's called. It's a dodgeball.
Have you considered Angry Bird noise?
I like putting up multiples, so I can put that one on. Oh, Jesus.
My favorite one is, so there's a character in Chapter 4 of the hit game Deltarune that just yells, "You're taking too long." And there's one of 1 hour of silence, but it's broken up by "You're taking too long." And it's wonderful.
Oh, you're taking too log. I typed in log.
Too many logs.
Too many logs. I'm gonna turn it.
But he also says, like, there's the "you're taking too long," but then there's also the
I want that one.
"you're taking tutu," and then he puts your little character in a tutu, and then when you accidentally drop it, he like hands it back to you very gently and goes, "You're tutu."
What's this one? By the Bad to the Bone riff?
Oh my god, Brad.
I'm leaving that. It's the riff. It's just a da-na-na-na-na-na. Okay, so we got a couple going. Water from Hell's Kitchen? What else do we got?
We were like, one more match, like short match. And it's been like an hour and a half.
We've been doing it. We're killing it. Okay, yeah. I'll just have those two up.
No, we're dying. We're not
well,
I'm starting to check.
When we play, I need it, and I've heard. Sorry, the riff just went off.
Oh my fucking god!
My fucking mouse is dying too. I plugged it into it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Take a little sip. I trust you with some harmonica. I'm free, yay, yippee! Freedom! Freedom! I need that to go off again. I don't know when the rubber ball is gonna go off though. That's I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I need to add another one. The riff keeps on going off. Okay. Silence.
I've just had my mic muted, and I've just been listening to the stream. Just waiting for it to go off.
Hello.
Silence, but occasionally broken. Okay. Oh, I like this one. It's Megalovania, but just the 4 notes. Okay, that one's going. Oh, Taco Bell. Oh, the Taco Bell one didn't start with the noise. I don't know when it goes off. We'll just leave that. Hamburger.
Are you having fun?
Yes, I'm searching for more. What about this one? What about the Taco Bell one hasn't gone off yet? Oh, okay. There we go. They said, sorry, it starts at 4 minutes to 5. Okay. So we have Taco Bell, Megalovania, broken up by random memes, which I think is just meat. Four of them went off. The ball went off. The riff went off. The occasional meme went off. Oh my god. So we have that. That's Red Barrel. That's a normal one. This is the bad to the bones. Can I scroll? Holy shit. And then we have the rubber ball. The rubber ball does get scary. There is a certain moment when it gets really scary.
Mom's call.
Yes. I think she's on the call right now. We're entertaining ourselves. We got blown. Well, I got blown.
Hey, you can't say that.
Sorry, the helicopter displayed. Helicopter. Oh, hi, Fox. Welcome in. My friend's Afka. And we're entertaining ourselves with silence, but occasionally broken up by select things.
Yeah, I think
Like that. Evil Garman. Evil.
it's for way less like
Thank you for the raid, Plunky. Oh god, the sound's going off every once in a while. Let me give you a shout out. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. My friend is currently on the phone, and the rest of us are dead. So we are currently, we're waiting. We are entertaining ourselves with silence, occasionally broken up by... We have 5 different videos up. My favorite is the Bad to the Bones riff. Well, welcome in! The riff going off. But welcome raiders. My name's Sarah. We play a lot of horror games here. We play a lot of community, fucking Taco Bell, fucking community games. We play a lot of whole bunch of stuff here. Oh, Alien Isolation. Fuck yeah. Hard mode or nightmare mode? I love nightmare mode. I love Alien Isolation so much. I've played it every single year. This is the first year I haven't played it. That was a meme. Yeah, nightmare mode. Last year, Plonky, I played. I did the final fucking evolution of me playing Alien Isolation every year because I played it in VR. Except I did it in VR and decided to put it on nightmare mode.
Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do
Dicky
mixed
dog.
bag Mondays, family friendly
wait,
Wednesdays,
who's
and
the-
horror
what was-
Thursday.
So there's memes.
Mhm.
Or
There's
please join us on this
Megalovania,
wild ride we call life.
There's
Whoop whoop, sorry
Bad to
I'm
the
late.
Bone.
Sorry, you said Megalovania and then it went off.
There's
You know, for
Taco
your streamer,
Bell.
yes, Plonky,
And
yes.
then Guitar Riff. Is there any more?
So there is Rubber
Is
Ball,
that
Bad to the Bones, the memes. I didn't bring up the metal pipe. Megalovania. I think that's it. Let me see. What? Oh, Taco Bell. Can't forget Taco Bell.
Yeah.
The VR yet though. Yes, the mother mod is really fun. If you don't play VR, I suggest playing VR before doing it because it made me hella sick because it's not built for VR. I needed to, and I'm still gonna try because I'm really busy with my work schedule. But I really want to play the VR.
If you guys have a try,
Yeah,
slap
Alien
that
Rope.
prime on the table like a big fucking
Because that
cock.
came out
Show
and that's meant for
everybody that you
VR,
have
so I
a
wanted to
big
play that
fucking
this
dick
year.
today and slap
Since
that
I
prime
played
on the
Alien
fucking
Isolation
table
every single
right
year for
now.
like past, I think, 4 years. I love it so much. I love it so much. I highly recommend. Chihuahua commercial from the 90s or early. It was not the. The combo of the memes, guy, is so bad. It's so funny. Oh, my cats? I don't have any cats in my room right now. I have pictures of my cats. They're so funny. Yo, boy. Blunky, I have 12 cats. Nice.
You have to go back and clip some of them. Please.
So freaking funny. What the frick is that? Oh, that's that. None of my cats are in my room right now. 12? Yeah. She has at least 60. At least 60. At least 3. Be back again? Yes. Raid and run. Here. Raid and run, but here's...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry. I got jump scared by car being alive.
This is my cat Mochi, who's usually in my room. She's not in my room right now. None of them are. So that's Mochi. So take Mochi and take that picture of Mochi. Go, be free. Thank you for the raid. I hope to see you around. I'll try to catch one of your streams too. I'm headed out to TwitchCon this weekend though, so I'll be gone for a weekend. Yippee! We love Mochi. But thank you. We finally have car. And I'm keeping the random sounds on though. Thank you, Bad to the Bones, Riff. We look. I didn't go up twice. Hi, Joe.
Oh, Car's gonna die.
No, I believe in car. I believe in car.
I believe in Car.
I don't believe in car. I believe in
I
car.
do not believe in Car.
Car. It's right behind
I'm
you,
so
car.
sorry. My faith in you, Car.
Cabal. He's like, yeah. I'm so excited, Fox. I'm so excited for TwitchCon. As well as anybody else from the raid. If you guys need to go or whatnot, take care of yourself first, okay? Oh, there's your
You
head.
know what, Car? You can do it.
I believe in
Yeah,
car.
I died, like trying to like.
Over here.
You were ring around the
right
rosy.
outside the extract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Car just needs one more
He was
dollar.
Just running in circles.
Car needs one more dollar.
$1.
$1. $5. $5. Oh my God! There's a
There's a thing like right there that I was trying to grab.
The
but
fucking
then the fucking it's a
bad
thing
to the bones.
just decided to go "Ang, ang, 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 ang." And I'm like, no.
No. The plant man. Around these parts. Many plants? Oh, hell yeah. Just like me, but instead of cats, it's plants. The fucking sounds are getting me. I love it.
Cara, I believe
Yeah.
Cara, you can do it.
Yeah. Or trinkets.
Come
I have
on,
too many
Cara.
trinkets. I shouldn't be allowed to
it's right
stand.
there.
Car, turn to your left.
Oh, it's gonna.
To the left,
No,
to the left.
that's the bow tie thing. It's gonna blow.
The man who blows. Oh, car.
Oh, and there's the. Oh,
Fucking get out of that car.
Oh, Car, I believe in you, Car.
Cars.
Car, get the fuck out of there.
Taco Bell. He's dong. Car just needs one more dollar, at least to get.
Come on, Car.
Actually, to just.
There's the wizards. The wizards.
I don't know how strong Car
It's
is.
like right outside. You don't need to be that strong to lift it. You just need to be able to like not injure it enough to get it down a set of stairs.
What's that noise? Oh, it's the fucking audio. It was the fucking audio of random memes.
Oh my god.
I was like, what's that sound happening?
Come on, Car. You can do it, Car.
Car just needed one thing. Apparently, she just needed one thing too. She said, okay, checking the shelf. Goodbye. Should finish my juju subs.
Car,
Oh,
you're so
car.
tiny.
Oh no. Oh no, she saw Car.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, Car!
Oh no. Car!
you could go small like that.
The fucking bat to the mouse. Dude, that fucking took an hour. No, fucking not the Taco Bell.
Genuinely.
Sorry, I wasn't. What was the phone?
It's okay. We put on random noises. They're still going. I'll have you know.
It's like silence, but there's random noises.
Like the vine boom.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out, watch out, I got a frying pan. Over here, I've been stuck. No! I got a guitar.
Oh.
What's that?
No. My mouse is plugged into the fucking. Boom. It is mine. Oh, I'm floating. Can I have it? There we go.
I got launched. Oh my god.
And then I immediately got thrown.
I fucking sent you. I sent Kai flying. Poor Kai. Sent flying. Yum 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 yum. Oh, there we go. Yum 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 yum. Well.
You know, I'm surprised this game has been somewhat okay functioning.
Yeah, you
with how
lasted
much
the whole
ping I've been
time.
having.
Because usually you crash.
Ooh.
And when we can hear you like.
Yeah.
Like a no face. Apollo, just turn it down. Okay. Oh. The rubber dodgeball was going off for a second. I thank you both for joining. I'm gonna close the game now. I love you, Mode. Goodbye.
Bye, Chad.
Oh, in the minute. Oh my. Did I hit leave the game? Oh my god, for some reason I thought I hit start the game. I thought I hit start. With application. I need to play with these sounds some more. I think I'm gonna play Outlast Trials. And I'm gonna have all those all those on. Outlast Trials like kills my computer now. We'll have normal music playing as well. Very low. That'll be it for today. Let me mute that and mute that. No stream tomorrow. I'm gonna head to TwitchCon whenever. Of course! It makes up for no stream tomorrow, Kai. Outlast. I know, I need to play Outlast. There's a new... there is a new event coming. It's Invasion, where you get to be the imposter. Experimental therapy. Oh, it's a new game mode. I think it's... I don't know. Okay, that comes out the 21st. Oh, that comes out next week. Extra stream next week, maybe? As long as I get my editing done. Do I work the 24th? Let's see. Let's turn tomorrow because you guys, I don't hate you. Oh, I'll hydrate. I need a double hydrate. Hi, quiet. Possibly, maybe. Dong. Oh, that's not the right password anymore. Palm era. Hello. Hi. Let's see. The 24th. I think I work at night. Oh yeah, I work at night. But like awkward time where I can't stream. I hate working on Fridays now, bros. I hate it. I hate it. Maybe I just play it on Wednesday. That's what I do on Wednesdays anyways. Dun, dun. Okay. Maybe I play it on Wednesday then. And we just have fun. We have those noises going. I play because I can play Outlast Trials alone. I can't rebirth. They upped the price of it. So now I have to collect. Now I actually have to play the game more so I can be rebirthed again. Being rebirthed is so scary. Hi. But yeah. That goes here, quiet there. I love quiet. I love you. I hope you had a good day at work. Let me see where I can drop you guys off. So no stream tomorrow. I think my friend might be doing an IRL stream. If he does an IRL stream, I'm going to be with him. So I'll give a shout out into the announcements so that you guys can see if you guys want to join. And yeah, we'll be there. Tori is playing some Play-Doh, so I might go there. Oh, it's Tori and Saucy. Oh, I love them both. Had 4 coffees, 2 energy drinks, so it was good. Fuck yeah. Long shift, but at least it was a good shift. This one. I need to respond to my wife. Quiet, you are so cool. I love that. Sorry. That caught me off guard. The gift you gave Kai was so cute though. The kibby. The kibby's so cute. That are that day before now I believe. Let's see. Gonna be golden. Without the voices. Gonna be golden. Done hiding. I'm striving. Fuck yeah, something just happened. Something shifted on my raid page. Be safe, dog. Goodbye. Why, yes, we will go to Tori. I'm going to leave these noises going, and I might actually forget to pause them after I end stream and take off my headphones. So that's gonna be quite funny. Tori is playing Play-Doh. Ooh, Tori's gonna play Phasmo. Dude, I really want to play Phasmo. Maybe I play Phasmo next week. Dude, there's so many games. There's so many games I want to play that I haven't played in so long that I've been watching for like updates and everything. I'm very excited. If she plays Phasmo, I may kick my feet a little bit and point my fingers together. Kick my little feet like, maybe. Tucks hair behind ear. I hate myself so much. Do you leave it on? Gar's King of Phasmo. I used to be really good at Phasmo. And then they updated it, added more Ghost, and I was like, okay. And then I stopped playing. And then they updated it. And then they updated it. And then they added more Ghost. And then they updated it. And now I'm scared of it again. My Phasmo works? Ooh. Just gotta run it on my laptop. It kills your laptop? It kills... Oh, I can play it in VR. I can't have you guys watch me while playing VR because I just stand here like an idiot. I stand like such an idiot. Especially... Oh my god, I'm telling you guys, when I had my VR... For the VR stream for Alien, when I couldn't... I had to press my keyboard for stuff, I was like... This. Because I couldn't get too close to stuff because then I could see it because it would phase it out to real world. But I needed to press the button, so I was like stand still. So that I could do that, then quickly grab my controllers and run. Anyways, we are gonna do a little let's see. Boo. We're just gonna do a boo. We'll do a boo. Spooky. No, I don't want to do boo. Boo sounds like I'm booing, but like... I need to leave. I need to get out of here. What song is playing? My friend just opened up Deadlock. I love Deadlock. Spooky time. We'll do spooky time. Okay, we do this. Then we do that. Okay. God, the fucking random meme ones is the one that's getting me. Okay, this will be our little raid message. If not, just send some love and everything. We're gonna go to Tori. Tori is currently streaming and co-streaming with Saucy, and we do love Saucy. They're very sweet human. They're both so sweet, both of them. I love them. I think that's it. I probably will leave these sounds on because I am going to forget about it. But other than that, I will see you guys on Monday. I might be tired on Monday, so I might do like a 10:30 or 11 o'clock stream. I'll see what time I get up. I'll probably be fine. But just in case, just in case, we might just do a little bit later of a stream that day. We're gonna finish Silent Hill F on Monday. If we have time afterwards, I'll probably just chill out and play some Dying Light the Beast, because we'll switch over to that game. Wednesday, we will do either Phasmo or Outlast Trials, because I do want to play that. Unless I have another one, which I don't think I have another short horror game. Thank you for the thank you. The fucking sound effect that just happened. Thank you for the follow, nobody. Welcome in. We will do that. Thursday, fucking finally, Kai, we can actually properly start Resident Evil 5. I know we actually started it, but it will be a proper start. I will see if Pseudo wants to play. Pseudo downloaded it. So if Pseudo's free, we will have Pseudo. If not, that's that. That's going to be the look-sees for next week. If I feel like an extra stream, Tuesday, but I think I'll take time to edit. I have another Kai. Oh my God. I have another TikTok. And it is so fucking funny. No one should let me out. No one should leave me around classical music when I'm editing, and I just see the pictures being painted. The chaos. But yes, other than that, let me get this. I'll say goodbye to you guys. I love you all. Have an amazing weekend. Please take care, everybody. I will see you all soon. I will update you with TwitchCon stuff. I'm probably going to try to film all of there. I'm going to bring my digicam and everything. I love my digital camera. It's my old one that I used to use when I was younger. But yes, please take care. Have a good weekend, everybody. I'll update pictures and everything as I'm away. I never sent you guys Disney pictures, so I might drop some of those when I went on Tuesday. But other than that, please take care. I love you all. Let me hit this start the raid. Why is it going on for so long? Why did it go on for so long? There's the raid message. Like I said, if you don't have it, if you're not subscribed, just send some love and everything. We love these two humans and everything. I love you all. Stay hydrated. Stay well. Skedaddling. Most literally. I love you all. And I'll see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.